to Coin Pusher Realms. It has been, as you can see here, probably about a month since we jumped into this project. It has certainly been a while. We've been playing a lot of games, but we finished that up on Saturday with some Arc Raiders, and now for the rest of the year, I can't speak for 2026 what it's going to look like yet, but at least for the rest of the year up until the holidays, it's entirely Coin Pusher Realms. So for anybody who's been wanting us to get back to that, we are finally back. We're going to ease into the things here and figure out what we want to do for this first playable one milestone. That's the word that I was looking for. Starting with today, some of the core functionality that we need to have the rest of the game work, because if we're going to have this functional cabinet with, the coins and all the special features and all that, we need some of the basic functionality of that already there. And yeah, that's basically what it's going to be. It's going to be a pretty chill day, just working an engine a little bit and setting up some of the core features. So, welcome back to Coin Pusher Realms. I'm excited to be back. It is good to be back. Obviously, we had a lot of fun playing the games that we played. Borderlands 4, Ghost of Yotei, Ball Pit, Escape from Dukov, and Arc Raiders. I don't know if we also played some demos too from Next Fest in there as well, because I wasn't anticipating that would happen over our little hiatus. But it was good. I did it. I enjoyed Borderlands 4, Ghost of Yotei, Ball Pit, all that, Arc Raiders too. Even though it's not my type of game, I think we had a lot of fun with that. No regrets from purchases, I can tell you that. Well, okay, there might have been one regret. I bought the Borderlands 4 Deluxe Edition. I didn't hate the game. Maybe the DLC is good. I'm a big Borderlands fan, as you might have seen. Two landscape actors are out of date. Fuck you. How do you feel being in date now? Hey Mala, are they optimized in Borderlands 4? I don't know. I think one of the biggest issues is just that they force Lumen to be on no matter what your scalability settings, and Lumen is expensive. We didn't have too much problem running it, but it definitely was not as optimized as it probably could have been. But we still had fun. Is that cola? It is cola. It's generic Coca-Cola. Cola Original Zero. The best brand. It's actually, there's no brand at all even associated with this. It's Biedronka brand. But they put that in like, you can only know that by looking not even near the title, but over here in the corner you see the little Biedronka symbol. And they stick with Unreal 4. Unreal 4 is out of date. It doesn't look that great, to be honest. You have to do a lot more work to make Unreal Engine 4 look good compared to Unreal Engine 5. The biggest difference though is that, traditional, let me draw here. Here is the graph of cost. Okay, so we have cost over here. Obviously a very vague and rough way to measure things. Here is the cost of traditional, let's just say SSGI. And the replacement, Lumen, is here. Now, this is a comparison of about 4 times as expensive. It's maybe 3 to 4 times more. Does it look 3 to 4 times as good? Sometimes. My thing is, to make Lumen look good, you have to put in a lot of work and effort. And if you bump down scalability or your game is unoptimized in other ways that you have to bump down scalability for the global illumination and reflections, at that point, yes, traditional baked lighting with backup global illumination methods might look better and certainly run better. So it's very new. It's very new. Yeah, we're gonna get this set up. Coin table item loss. Okay, I do have a function library. That's good. We do have a game instance as well, with nothing in it. Our prototype is only gonna have a single realm. That's not true. Is it? Yeah, we only want the one realm, but we do want... We want realm switching functionality, but I'd like to at least prototype some of the code for that switching. I want to get a feel for it. Let's make some data here for realms. I'm going to initialize an enum. Here's one thing I don't like is that according to the style guide for Unreal Engine 5, right? This is something that most people follow, generally speaking. The prefix for an enumeration is E without an underscore. I don't like that. I don't even do the same thing for structures. I do ST underscore for structures. Yeah, which isn't even used, and E underscore is used. It's not used either, so why not just do E and ST? Like, why have your enums look... We're changing it. I'm going to change it right now. E underscore. Right, I'm fucking with the system. Those weird namings in general. It does, but if you have enums and structures where you could easily do E underscore and ST underscore, and it's used nowhere else in your style guide, why in the hell would you just not do the underscore? Hey, Insight. How you doing, man? This is for when you use them like that? I don't know. I think it's because Epic themselves uses ST and E without underscores. Actually, I don't know that. I don't know that. Not really. They don't even do ST or S. They just kind of call it what it needs to be called. And as for enums, they do frequently use E without an underscore. But they also don't. I mean, UDS doesn't. So I'm overriding the... I'm doing E underscore. You watch the trailers for the games you recommend? I would still want you to play them. Playing is different than a trailer. What I want to do is track the coins the player has in each realm. So I will need a structure for this. No, it's generally just a save structure. ST. Player coins, very simple structure, just gonna be the enum for realms. And an integer for coins. Never heard of G2A? Pretty surprising. Hey Frozen. What's the plan for today? Very simple. We're just gonna be working on creating some of the core functionality for Coin Pusher Realms. Maybe do a little bit of blocking out or figuring out how we want to handle the table and the coins and stuff. Nothing crazy. Getting back into the swing of things, you know. That's the wrong structure. No, we can do it that way. We can do it that way. I was mistaken. Swinging that dick. Is that what I do? We can run an initialization of the player coin structure, so we can do a for each. Let's do this. Let's initialize player coins. It's going to be set up in a way that is compatible with save games once they're made, which is part of the first playable 2. It's just not going to do anything right now for it, so. Get player coins. I guess we could do a... How do we want to do this? Let's do get all player coins, and then we'll do a separate function for get player coins for realm. This will be easy. We're just going to get the game instance, which we don't have a function for either, so we get game instance. Peer function, compact node title GI. Why would you use a cast node? I can hear someone screaming that. So the reason why you would want to use a game cast in this case is because the game instance is going to be loaded, so a cast is not going to hurt it at all. Yes, a hard reference and a cast will force it to be loaded into memory, but it is already loaded into memory before this would even run because double-clicking the exe loads up the game instance. And it's always there until you close the game. So casts are okay to use, just gotta know when to use them. Well, interfaces aren't always the greatest. They can add a lot of overhead. And you wouldn't want an interface for a game instance just because it wouldn't do anything special. It wouldn't make it any better in this way. Instances are great for communicating between blueprints, but when you're communicating between a blueprint function library and a game instance, no. I mean, you can probably put interfaces on a GI, but I wouldn't do that. Coins, this should be pretty easy. We're just going to do a for each between realms. We wouldn't even need to do that. We can just do a for each directly. Break this, check if realm is equal to input realm. We're gonna have a little bit of cross nodes here, it is what it is. It should always break through that without completion. I guess it's a little bit of a backup though. We can just do a quick print. That should realistically never hit. That works. Okay, get player coins for realm, get all player coins, game instance, those are good. Initialize player coins for each in realms. We're gonna create a local variable for this. It'll be coin structure. That'll work. Okay, we got our player coins here. You know what I could do? It is adding unique, so technically if we just overrode this, we could easily force it. Bring buffering again today? Am I dropping frames? No. Might be Twitch. Weird. Fuck. I just realized too, I'm recording at 5,000 kilobits per second. I'm supposed to be recording at 25,000. I was fucking around yesterday with some stuff. It just got completely frozen. Weird. Very, very odd. Do we want to bring over the... Do we want to bring over the table from Coin Pusher Reloaded? I mean, right now we don't even have any camera moving to the correct location. We're probably going to want some sort of class hierarchy here with something that can support both the minigames and the table. No, I don't know if I want to block out today as much as... We don't need to block out right now. I'm wondering if we could just make separate pawns and switch between them. Keeping the same player controller but moving between pawns. We can try it. Let me pull in. Do you have contact with anyone from CD Projekt Red? Sure. I don't have any close friends that work there, but I know people that work there. What did we do for System Break? Did we switch between pawns? Or did I just make them separate actors? I think switching pawns would be the smart thing to do, wouldn't we? Also, it's absolutely wild, by the way. You try to open this up right now. No document. The document you're looking for does not exist in this version. For a pawn? Okay. This is probably where we would have input mapping contexts that would be given when possessing. Which we could just set up the very basic. Event possessed. Event unpossessed. We can just do some prints here. I definitely don't think we would want to use enums to label minigames. IDs, sure. Enums, no, just because we would be limited to 256, and depending on how large things would get, enums would not be right. IDs should be okay, and we could always have then a custom data table or something for a minigame ID, and then information of, maybe custom scripts, logic, things that should happen when the player possesses and unpossesses that minigame. That way it isn't stored in the minigames themselves, but is then rather just controlled through a central database. Way better for management, in my opinion. The thing is, I don't like referring to the coin pushing machines as minigames. We need a more vague, encompassing term for everything. I don't like the location. I mean, I don't know. What term should we use for this? Gameplay location? Fuck, I don't know. My mind is blank thinking of what we could call this. But I definitely don't like minigame. I'll just do gameplay location. I mean, we'll just rename it after first playable 3 if we need to. But yeah, I hate that name. Do I have redirectors turned on out of curiosity? Be safe. We should be okay. I don't think I have any redirectors. No. Yeah, and we were gonna make the structure for ID. This is where some people might say, oh, you should use gameplay tags. Nah, fuck that. I mean, gameplay tags are fine, but the reason why I wouldn't want to use gameplay tags is because if we have a data table, why the hell would I use gameplay tags there? I can't search for rows in a data table based on gameplay tag. I would have to convert them from a gameplay tag into fname, or I could just stick with using fnames. It incurs more overhead for the designer, but I don't mind that. Most of the time I work with IDs anyway, with fnames. I won't add anything that we don't need right now. So we'll just do... We can either do input mapping contexts, or we can have a custom structure for mapping context and priorities. This is again where I think that system break, what I did there was really good. I wonder if I could copy over what we did from there. With the input manager. I'll load it up and see how portable it is. It compiles shaders, it gets to 0 and then it just adds more shaders to compile. Of course. Where did I even put the input manager? Probably in the controller. It would have had to have been above pawn. It would have been either controller or the game instance even. What the fuck was being tested here? Something was being tested. Game mode. No, it wasn't here. Held actor inputs command map. No, it's held actor inputs. There was a function, but I thought I made like a system that would check every X number of seconds. What the fuck did I do? What did I make it a? Maybe I didn't make it check every so often. I could have thought that I did though. Add inputs for actor. Add mapping context. No, it might just store it. It says player controller input holder. Device inputs, actor ref. Context to integers. Matches the actor to the actor ref. To some extent, that should be usable. Actor is actor ref. Pawn inherits from actor. And I think what we're doing is feeding it in the pawn anyway. It would have to be. Yeah, it's the CCT device, which I believe is a pawn. Yes. So we could copy that. We could copy this. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work. It is storing it in the player controller, though. That's fine. Yeah, it can be stored in the player controller. We just need these two structures, this enum. No. Just the two structures, I think. No, structures. Okay, first structure is the ST input manager entry. It will be the actor ref. Then inputs, which is a map between input mapping context and integer. Can I just copy this? No. If only. And we call this device inputs. I think instead what we'll call this is we could probably just call this inputs. Gameplay, location, context, inputs. It's long, but it's accurate. Yeah, correct. Alright, and then in the controller, we have the input holder. I don't think I made a controller. We'll do that. We'll do a custom controller. We should just have to do that. And that's going to give us the base map inputs, gameplay location, context inputs. So of course we can have the base map inputs be things like being able to press escape, all that shit, the core functionality, and then the contextual ones, which would be the actor reference and then the inputs that that actor provides. That's how it works generally. And this of course is our priority for the base. Should work. Okay. What are the functions associated with this? I can copy and paste this over. Save some time. And a lot of this should be generally reusable, since it references pretty much all base things. So some unknown structures, partly due to the fact that we don't have get player controller. Fixable. Okay, this should be pure. PC works for me. This is still gonna error out a little bit. We just need to do this. Alright, actor rough and inputs. Replace. Replace. We're good to go. That should be fine, that should be fine. Copy. Do a get. Is that reference? Yes, it is reference. Get a reference. Set by ref. Do a make. A good soundtrack. Very lively. Give that a little extra space, and pretty much the same thing here. Add, and then do a make. Reconnect, we're good to go. Realistically, if we wanted to make this more reusable, we would just store it in like some custom, what am I thinking? Component. Okay, add inputs for actor, remove all actor inputs. We'll have some similar things to replace. Because then in that way we wouldn't have to call a specific player controller, but just get the player controller and look for that holder. But I'm not going to worry too much about it. Adam, thank you so much.
Raided my stream with 181 viewers.
Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys are having a good Monday. And I hope you had a fun stream. If you have to run though, take care and thanks for the raid. Welcome, welcome, guys. Hope you enjoy the vibes, the chill music, and me asking rhetorical questions. What does this do? Remove index.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we got
him.
Is this how you greet new viewers? Fart and sniffs? I see how it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We did get him. I remember that day. I mean, I was pretty young, right? I remember that. I think I was a little too young to appreciate the significance of it. But I saw some like new college interviews with kids being asked who caused, like which group caused 9/11. Man, the answers were not great. Remember the guy chucking a slipper out of him ducking? Was it a slipper? I thought it was like an actual shoe. That was during a different conference with Bush. I'll tell you what though, hey, slipper or shoe seems way more tame than the stuff that people in politics do nowadays. Sandal? I don't remember what it was. People are crazy. Hey, Brahman. Once saw an image where Americans were asked to point them out on a map and failed miserably. What were they pointing out? It was an Australian thong. It's safe to Google. No, don't worry. I know that sandals, thongs, they're referred to as those. I don't remember that. I was pretty young. I barely remember 9/11 even happening. Because how old was I at that point? I would have been like 7 or 8. I only remember being in school. I don't remember anything happening during the day. The teachers probably hid it very well from the kids. But I remember going home and my mom was on the couch watching TV and crying. Calling my aunt, her sister. I don't think she didn't let me watch the TV or anything, but you know, it was pretty wild. I don't think that happened on 11/9. Yeah, exactly that. Do you mean November 9th? You Europeans. I say as I sit here in Poland. A high school trip and my dad was in America at the time and was visiting New York around the time. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's scary. Not you Europeans, you everyone else. Shut up. Hey, was 3T, thanks for the follow. Thanks, Riley the Microraptor. You can get 50% off a yearly plan of Proton Pass with our affiliate link, $250 a month, to get Proton Pass, a great password manager. Thanks to Proton Pass. Actually, it has been nice. I switched from my free password manager to Proton Pass, and it is definitely better. I like doing month, day, year, personally. Because when I talk about dates, I say, you know, today is October 20th, not the 20th of October. Make fun of American geography knowledge, but does any education system actually teach anymore? No. I mean, the thing is, here's what I think, is everywhere around the world will generally teach the geography that is most local and relevant to the daily lives of the people living in the location. People in Europe generally know the local geography of Europe really well. People in the US generally know the local knowledge of North America and the US very well. Apart from that, you know, like in Asia, they learn Asia stuff. Asking Americans to point out European countries is the same as asking people in Europe to point out states in the US. It never goes well. Yeah, same things with history, absolutely, yeah. Just, it's most relevant to their daily work and daily experience. It is what it is. Okay, remove inputs from actor looks good. Suspend actor inputs. Yes, we need that. I'm just copying over an input management system that I had in a previous game. I liked how it worked. We do have held actor inputs in the game instance. We can have that there too. And that's input manager entry types. Okay. Heard more about it from Jay Schlatt than anywhere else. What about 9/11? It is crazy how long ago 9/11 was. You'd think it'd be one of those things that people wouldn't forget about, though. In the US for a bit as a kid, and I did testing to find out what year I would be in. I remember the teacher saying he performs really well in all subjects except history. I said American history, not history, and the teacher looked at me like I started talking left-handed Swahili. I'll tell you what, I mean, I think I remember, so obviously in elementary school we took history class, and it was a mix of world and US history, but then in middle school, oh, I don't remember middle school. Middle school was really traumatic. High school, though, there was specific world history class and then a specific US history class and then a separate, what is it? Like politics class. But that was just generally to learn about various political systems around the world, including in the US. I enjoyed US history, but yeah, it's like one world history class to cover, you know, everything from significant leaders to world wars. It's not very much. But I don't know what more you can do from there. You know, you ask the general European about feudalism in Europe, and they can answer that. But then you ask about anything like North American related, and they don't know shit. And I think it's the same thing in the US. You ask people about US history, they'll usually know it. European, not so much. Australia isn't very old, so we have a lot of history, so we get quite a lot of world history. I guess that makes sense. I mean, a lot of your history is tied up with like British history, just like the US as well. So in, you know, during like for US history, we learn a lot about like the, you know, the Civil War, the Revolutionary War. And so we do get some information about, you know, colonization of the United States and the expansion of that, all the agreements and stuff. History class decay that don't repeat this class as you watch the government repeat it. Sam? I remember we were taught in school that Hugo Chavez was some like Martin Luther King type figure. So I guess even back then, teachers were kind of injecting their own politics into curriculums. Also being taught that, you know, the Soviets were allies during World War II. And then I moved to Poland and I learned the real history, and I'm like, oh, shit. Yeah, that's definitely not how that works. We're setting held actor inputs as the value? Oh, let me check. This is for restore actor inputs. Yes. Okay. Greetings from Poland. Cześć. Dzień dobry. Jak się masz? Jazda z kurwami. No, Poland's great. Poland is really wonderful. I like the people here. But I don't think any history class in the US prepared me for the realities of learning World War II directly from the Polish people. And I mean, how could it, you know? I answer in Polish manner, you absolutely can. I've been here for like, I don't know, like 7 or 8 years. I really enjoy Poland. It's really safe, very pretty. Everybody's generally pretty chill. Your allies begrudgingly. I think there was a lot of allies from convenience. Like, were the Nazis threats to the Soviets? Yes. Did they also shake hands a few times and then agree to partition Europe? Yes. Were the Soviets pro-democracy to the Polish people and to the rest of the communist bloc? No, they absolutely were not. It's like, it's just bad, but it's not great also. That is very Polish manner. They could afford, well, you know, it's easy to march when you have your own people firing at you from behind. I mean, what was the... It was the Battle of Stalingrad, right? Where they... I might be getting this mixed up. Where they gave... There were 2 Russian troops. They gave one of them the gun and the other one the bullets. And they sent the one in with the gun first, because they were meant to die so that the person with the bullets could pick up the gun from the person who died and actually be able to fire it. This was the method of war that the Soviets engaged in. because they knew they had people. Smiles in Polish. You guys are great. Soviet leaders are war criminals. I feel like a lot of militaries kind of are. Only a war crime if you lose. Good way to put it. Oops. Don't do that. I hope I copied all this correctly. And I didn't miss anything. Butker Chungus, thanks for the follow. We are making a sequel to our... Hold on. We're making a sequel to our game, Coin Pusher Reloaded, which we released this year, and we're going to try to make it a bit bigger and better so that we can make some money off of it. And we're just setting up some of the base core functionality, working on the prototype. We have 3 prototype milestones that we want to work on here. With the first one being worked on now with a due date of the end of the year. And then after that, we can finalize the pre-production and start moving into production. Very early stages. Nothing exciting. Just some rough block out and drawing of what we want the map to look like. Which might sound weird for being a game about pushing coins. But we have a plan. We have a plan. Lots of mini games and good production value. I think this looks right. I don't know. Let's pretend that it's correct. There's only a bug if you find a bug. If you just don't find the bugs, then there are no bugs. Okay, what that should do then on the base pawns, we will... We want to set up the possession inputs and the unpossession inputs, although unpossession inputs would just remove the base inputs. So we want to do possession inputs. Input manager entry. And that should be the array. Or no, it's not the array. It is possession inputs. And then we'll do the structure for that. Or data table, sorry, data table for that. Bit of a mind fart there. Not a bug, it's a feature, exactly that. Laundromat and vending machine management simulator game. Do you want to have a laundromat simulator? Do you guys want to do a game jam where I make laundromat simulator with real-time laundry? You pick up your clothes, you put them in there, and you literally will have to wait 2 hours in game for your laundry to finish. God, I hate that. I hate that people would actually buy that. Lots of pushing coins there with the slot machine DLC. Yeah, but I will say though, like, there's no microtransactions or anything. This is not a gambling game. It's very much like a casual, positive progress toward a sort of game. You play my game when you don't want to lose money gambling. But it sells well in Germany. It would be stupid. Like, it would be funny, stupid. I mean, sure, if it's decent, why not throw it up on Steam for $1 and see what happens? So external device for pushing coins plugged to USB that will start the laundry. I'm like thinking in my mind, I'm like, okay, there could be, you know, quests to do laundry, you know, there can be progression. You could upgrade the you know, the washer and the dryer. You could buy multiple machines. I hate that there's actually a progression path to this game. I hate it. It's absolutely horrendous that this kind of works as an idea. Clothes folding and finding the sock in the different filters or behind the machine. Stop. Stop designing this game. To simulate the clothes not drying properly and having to put even more money in to do a... Stop it. Stop. No, I know it works. Stop making it work. Smart washing machines... No. I hate it. Fine, fine. We'll do it. If you do an IRL laundry, you could earn more game points. You know what's funny is more people will play this and enjoy it than actually doing laundry in real life. And of course, like, it's gonna be like a laundromat, right? Not like someplace in your home. So you also have to have like activities to do while you're waiting for the laundry to dry. Like, we'll take all of the...
I'm gonna come.
Also, yes, that can be gameplay too. We'll take all of like the Creative Commons books and we'll put them in the game so that you can actually sit down and read a book, or a real book full, while you're waiting for your laundry to finish.
Mr. President, wake up.
It could be hub-based too, so it could be multiplayer, where other people can walk in when they start the game into either, if they don't have any laundry already being done, into a random server, or they walk into the one where their laundry is doing it. So you can see other people's laundry being done, and they might log in and walk in and start doing their stuff, and you can interact and meet random people. I hate that this works. I fucking hate that this works. He's very obviously bought off the assets that clearly aren't supposed to go together. Yeah, it's gotta be all the free fab assets, right? Abandoned cathedral. Laundry simulator. Oh, and of course with the pawn shop, right? So you can find random things that people leave behind in the laundry shop and pawn it off for money so that you can do your laundry. God, I hate this so much. Open world. Now it's like schedule 1, but it's more like, I don't know, detergent 1. Mix your own detergent. What am I doing? We'll do crossover DLC with schedule 1 as well. If you've ever met a behavior that parents were saying you need to read X pages of that book so you can play games for X more minutes. I think my parents did do something like that, but I think it was if you do certain chores will earn you X number of minutes for gaming. So like if I think my mom had it so that if we did, so like if we folded laundry, we got like 20 minutes. If we cleaned one of the bathrooms, it was like an hour or something. But she 100% gamified the chores. And it worked. Survival elements. Stop. Stop. I need to make this game, okay? I don't want to think about Laundry Simulator 3000. Electric Boogaloo. No matter how much you make it work, you can't tempt me. It does work though, actually. It's really ridiculous, but it's funny. Living in Poland is survival itself. At least it was like 10 years ago. No, Poland is really progressing well. The only thing I don't like about Poland is just how much inflation has hit. Everything's just so fucking expensive. Me and my wife went out to eat, and it wasn't even at like a fancy restaurant. It was a nice restaurant. Very homey food. 130 zloty. 130. Meanwhile, I can go and get nice Biedronka pizza for like 12 zloty. How much euro was that? It's about 30. Only like specific genre of books. What kind of books do you guys read? What am I doing? What am I adding? I'm getting so distracted. Oh, the ID. But we weren't going to store the input map here. We were going to grab the input map from that. So let's do get input map from ID. Fantasy and sci-fi. Classics. Teen to young adult fantasy stuff mostly. I like a lot of young adult stuff as well. Like, I don't think there's any time where if you said, hey, you need to read Harry Potter, I would be upset. It's comfy. It's cozy. When drama or horror, just go outside more. Oh, what are we doing? Input mapping context, map to integer. Work kid, game dev is a hobby, no time. Oh shit. Yeah, there isn't a whole lot of time. I do read a lot of manga these days. But I am also reading books too. I just kind of like flip-flop between them as I find something interesting. No input map returned from no input map returned from gameplay location of input ID. Where's my ID? Where is it? There it is. The most used creation is probably PowerPoint presentation made about Cabal Online at like 8th grade. Use the same presentation at 3 different classes. That's wild. Why is that a... I don't think I set up that structure correctly. Why is that an entry type? That does not need to be an entry type. That literally just needs to be a map. I worry though that changing this is going to generate invalid structures. Probably will. I'm going to do it anyway. I'll fix it if we need to. I think that we have a backup if the input map is empty. And we do a check. No, we don't. It's fine. Fix that. Use Witcher, use Viedgemin. Man, talk about Netflix fucking up The Witcher. Keep doing it every time. Or using the books. Yeah, thank God. It's a fucking Sapkowski. Sapkowski's a bit of a meme, though. If people don't know, the writer of Witcher is what's generally referred to as a Janusz, which is kind of like the average, everyday, grumpy, drunk, old dude. It's hard to explain what a Janusz is, but you'll know it. If you just see like that random ass, drunk, obstinate, yeah, kind of like an Uncle Scrooge kind of character. That's the writer of Witcher. A male Karen, that's a great way to put it, yeah. Very much so one of those. Now, I can empathize with Sapkowski a bit, because he did get kind of fucked over by CD Projekt Red with his agreement. But at the same time, he's the one that made the agreement. He shit on video games, he signed an agreement for a pittance amount of money, and they made, obviously, a ton from selling Witcher, the games, and then he got upset that he didn't sign a better deal. Although, I believe that CD Projekt Red did reach out and offer him more money privately, as like a bit of a, we feel bad. Yeah, he didn't yeah, he was like, games are dumb, fine, here, give me money, now I'm rich because games are stupid. And then Witcher 3 happened, and, well, you know, the rest is history. Dude, there's 8,000 people playing Witcher 3 right now, that's crazy. By the way, Escape from Duckov popped the hell off on the weekend. If you guys haven't played this game yet, it sounds like a meme. It's actually really fun. Highly recommend it. Single player, enjoyable extraction looter. It's earned nearly 650 million in revenue with over 60 million copies sold worldwide. It's a good game. It's one of my favorites. I have to play it again. Somehow on Nintendo Switch. I can only tell you that I've worked on one game that released on Switch. Wait, did Darkest Dungeon release on Switch? I think it did, but I wasn't working at Red Hook at the time that released on Switch. But I was working on one game that we released on Switch, and it was a nightmare. It was in Unreal Engine 4 as well. It was just really tough to optimize. Stupid games are making tons of money. I assume people are pissed off at AAA studios. I'll tell you what, this Duckov Magic Pussy Chapter 3 also. Speaking of dumb games, this looks like a dumb game. It's actually really fun. It's really addictive. It's really well made. Great gameplay loop. They said, hey, let's take the formula of Tarkov, but let's make a better game. Let's make it single player and make it about ducks. And it just works really well. And it's only $16. It's just the name that's like memeing on Tarkov. Everything else is amazingly made, and it has mod support too already, which is pretty cool to see. Where's the link to here? Here it is. It's already got mods, so it's pretty cool. And it almost surpassed Arc Raiders in concurrent players over the weekend. Minigame unpossessed. I'm gonna move over the base input maps for the player over to our new system. It's probably handled in the first person character blueprint, right? Or not. It's in the controller. Okay. Yeah, we don't have to worry about mobile controls. We'll just delete this. Default mouse look. Nice and simplified. Although realistically, I want this as part of the other controller, because we're going to switch this over. We don't have a custom game mode yet. I'm going to make a custom game mode. Player controller class. Coin pusher realms controller. Default pawn for now can just be the first person character. We will be switching pawns. And that should act like normal. But now they're being controlled in our inputs in here. I can't tick in the game instance, right? Just for some debug. We don't have like a full return of the game inputs right now. We could make a function to grab those if we need to. Get game instance. Held actor inputs for each. Although I am still very curious why and where we were storing the base inputs. Why are they not here? Oh, because we stored them in the controller, didn't we? Yeah, we had the input holder. Input holder here is part of the player controller. Let's grab that instead. Input holder. For each print, we can just print the map key for now, unless we want to append and print the entire thing. Map key dash the priority, and then we can print a for each for the location context, if valid. Yeah, let's do it this way. We'll do another for each, print. Do an append. Actor ref. And the key. It's gonna look ugly right now, I just want to do it for testing purposes. It should only print the two things right now, which are the base inputs for... Oh. It's not. That's because I didn't override the game mode. I still didn't. It shouldn't be empty. In the project settings. Default game mode, coin pusher realms. That's the correct controller. Where's my print? Why is it not working? It's not adding them. Okay, I must have hooked something up wrong then. Copying things over. Add mapping context. Oh yeah, I know why. Because direct add mapping context should not be called. It should be add inputs. That's why I fucked up. We should use that instead. Now we got it. And what that would mean is whenever we want to transition from a minigame to a minigame, we want to call those, and then it should track that correctly, and the correct priorities for that as well, so that when we're debugging inputs, we actually have a way to debug it, since base Unreal 5 does not have anything exposed to tell you what input mapping context you have and what priorities they're at. You can only query if a specific input mapping context is there, but you cannot query all active input mapping contexts with their priorities. Where's the laundromat? It's a Wild West town. Well, it's supposed to be. Let's make a blueprint for a gameplay location, and I'm going to just quickly debug, add some debug logic here for pressing the number keys. And switching between 3 of these. We'll do debug key 2, debug key 3, oop, not 4. Map would be a lot cooler with a shut up. Okay, you know what? Fine. Here's what I'll do. I will go into our themed area ideas. All right, and I'm gonna add a laundromat to it. Are you happy? I think that's correct spelling too.
I'm gonna come.
Shut the fuck up. It is the correct spelling. It's a really weird spelling. You're not. I see how it is. That's just because it's Monday. Oh, that was a good splash. All right, debug key 1. Let's throw down 3 of these. We'll make them cubes just for now so that they have some visual representation. We'll do a text render of their heads. Center, center. Instruction script get location ID set text equal to the location ID. Which right now default should be none. Now I think when we possess it, it should by default try to move our camera to the actor's camera. I could be wrong about that. We're gonna try it though. And we're just gonna set up very simple IDs for these. Let's give this just 1, 2, and 3. Let's get actors. Yeah, we're just gonna do it this way. Very simple. Get all actors of class. Gameplay location for each loop. What did I call the ID? Gameplay location ID. If it's equal to 1, then I want you to possess it. We'll probably want to store in the player controller too the pawn that we're currently possessing, so that we can run an unpossess. Yeah, let's throw that in here real quick. We're gonna make an unpossessed gameplay location and a possessed gameplay location. Player controller, store possessed pawn. We crave laundry. If you guys really want, we can schedule the second micro jam. And if you want to make real-time laundromat simulator a thing, we can do it. Really dumb, but we can do it. Who knows? It might end up being more fun than we even think that it is, and something that we could finish up and turn into a real product. It's not a bad idea. Get possessed pawn. Do a quick validity check on that. Profitable. I mean, you never know. It could be. It's silly. I mean, if something like that doesn't already exist. I mean, Magic Pussy Chapter 3 exists, so you know if you're curious. There's Laundry Store Simulator. There's Laundrine Simulator. Laundry and Supermarket Simulator. Oh. I almost hovered over Naughty Laundry. Let's not do that one. Yeah, I mean, there kind of already is Laundry Simulator. See, I think this is a good take. Just do like a horror laundry game. When in doubt, take simulator genre, mix it with horror, everybody goes crazy. Let's stop the thousands. Clones the same premise that already exists. No, but I do try to do something that is at least a little bit original. We can make it so that you do laundry of yourself. So instead of putting clothes in, you wash yourself in the laundry. And your screen just spins for 3 hours. Give people motion sickness. VR? That's so mean. Oh, that's weird. guess that's right. We don't even need to hook up the pawn. We would need to then clear the possessed pawn, though. Nullify possessed pawn. And then we can return from that. Making it a VR chat room? Just mail the machine to their house and tell them to get in. Oh yeah. Publishers are gonna love when I pitch them that. Like, oh, also, our game needs proprietary hardware. It's a $1,000 laundry machine. I've sat in on a couple of public pitches where the people did try to pitch a game with proprietary hardware. And what I mean by that is like, do you guys remember on like the PS3, like the eye camera and the games that would come along with this? There was like that like trading card game on PS3 where it used the camera to read the cards. Games with proprietary hardware almost never sell anymore. Because who the hell wants to pay $200 for a game along with some custom controller that only works for that game? What up, Bartosz? How's it going, man? I mean, back in the day was just more acceptable because fewer games were coming out. So if some game came out with some custom controller, that was a unique experience. That was cool. And I think, to be fair, like Nintendo did this kind of well with like the Wii. There was a really cool game on the PS3 called Tumble, using the PlayStation Move. I miss this game. I think that this game was actually pretty unique. I kind of wish that something like this would come back, but it's only really valid in VR these days, unfortunately. But it's a really cool game about using the, the PlayStation Move controller to stack things on top of each other. And it wasn't, of course, VR because it was just the Move controller. I think it was fun. I think it was a pretty cool game. Very simple. But obviously a lot of fun little physics options. Tumble dry, shut up. There was like glass, which was more slippery, stone, which was heavy. Wood, plastic, rubber. I think it was a really cool game idea. It really was. They also had like destruction modes, so you could fling bombs and try to destroy things for points. It was really cool. And really the only thing preventing a game like this being made nowadays is that it's pretty impossible to make a game like this with good controls on keyboard and mouse. Oh yeah, here's the destruction mode, I think. That was nice. Little laser stuff too. What up? What up, C-Spawn? My good controls when Ken has bad controls. Surgeon sim controls. I mean, I think maybe. I think that's a good point. Surgeon sim controls would probably be the closest you could get. But I wish we had controllers like the PlayStation Move in games that could use cheap, accurate, like VR controls without the headset. Yeah, this one you have to stack all the blocks on it without any of them being pushed off by this like limbo bar. I think it's cool. I think it's just really, really interesting game modes for a very simple concept. Easy to learn, hard to master, and quite addictive. It's a cool concept. Cool concept. We need to hook in the pawn here. Soundtrack is good. One day in the future, if there aren't 5,000 great games coming out every month, we'll replay Witcher 3 on stream. Nintendo cardboard. Yeah, and then they file a lawsuit against the original inventor of cardboard. You know what? I'm sure they would file a lawsuit against the trees because they have some weird patent that says that they can create a piece of paper or something. I was thinking if we want to run the unpossessed in here, but I think we'll separate the logic. Not playing again, focus on dev. We like to break up development so that we don't get burnt out. I will always do whatever I want on this channel. Let's put it that way. And if I want to take a break to play a game, I will do it. No matter what anybody says. I guess only if the new... We would need two things to be true. We need the currently possessed pawn to be invalid. And the new pawn to be valid. Slacker, that's right. That's right. But I'll tell you what. I have a game released on Steam. And a lot of the people who tell me to focus on dev and not play other games don't have any released games on Steam. So, I think we're doing fine. XS was great, and playing a lot of games gives you good inspiration. This is true too. Yeah, I mean, playing games is great for development for a lot of reasons. And this was a really good Next Fest this year. Or this month. It's a remake, doesn't count. It's hard to call it a remake, it's more of a reimagining. I wouldn't compare Coin Pusher Reloaded to this like 8-year-old game in any meaningful way when all it was this. A repost. It's a little bit better than that. Come on. If it's valid, we want to... Well, I guess we don't even need to error out. If the currently possessed pawn is valid, we will unpossess and then do a possession. That's what we'll do. Every marketing department says. No, but just to be 100% clear, I understand a lot of people are just watching me for game dev, but we like to play new games when they come out because they're fun, they're inspirational, they're good to avoid burnout, and if I ever get burnt out and I come to the stream and I don't want to, you know, I feel like shitty because I don't want to work on my game, it's not going to be good content and it's not going to result in a better game. So taking breaks is really important sometimes, and playing games then gives us good inspiration and ideas of what we can do in our new games. We just need to balance it out. And unfortunately, these last 2 months were filled with a lot of games coming out. Everything in moderation, including moderation, yeah. You know, the grind set mentality is not healthy. And it's not going to result in anything good. What's up, Paxian? Tried Arc Raiders, it's meh. I enjoyed Arc Raiders. It's not my type of game, really, but I did enjoy it. I mean, most of the people that I've seen who have this grind set mentality ultimately don't really have a whole lot to show for it in their life. That's their choice, though, but... Or they have something to show, but then they actually just don't enjoy what they're doing, which, you know, what's the point then? Definitely take some break from my game because of balancing. What, balancing the game or balancing your life? Or both. Someone would say it's stealing, we would say shut up. Oh, balance in game. If you ever need help balancing, by the way, if like that's something you're not good at, I don't know how big your game is, but you can always reach out to me. That's what I've done in the industry for the last over 10 years. There's been a lot of balancing and systems design. Spreadsheets are my home. I think I had the most fun balancing Darkest Dungeon, though. Yeah, we don't need this open. I do want to put in temporary rows here just to test this out. Let's do IMC 1, and then we'll just duplicate this. It's always harder than you think it is. Your bed game is always weaker than you think it is. It's hard. It is hard to balance games. Even balancing games for a demo or for publishers is going to be different than balancing the game for players. Like for the full release, I should say. I think it should be fine to call possess gameplay location. Oh, I did not mean to call this. That's why it was telling me about an infinite loop. First game also in creation, so there's not a final state. What I want to have and what I don't. Too many variables encoded in my head. Well, hey, anything you need, let me know. Difficulty is important. Yeah, well, yeah, and difficulty is important, but also knowing your market, right? Because you can say, okay, I want to make this, I don't know, coin pusher game. But if you make it too hard, then it's not really going to appeal to the casual audience that is traditionally playing these games. Discord be good? Yes. Yeah, you can type in !Discord to get our Discord. Need $1 billion US. You and me both. Okay. It works. What is erroring out invalid here? Remove all actor inputs. Where is that poop in the error? It almost said in the 4H. Yeah, because there would be an entry, but there's no inputs attached to it, is what it would really come down to. I think if we just did a... is not empty. Let me see if this gets rid of that error. No, it's still bitching at me. Okay, let me read this more carefully. Get player controller is not a U class. What do you mean? Get player controller is not a U class. The fuck? I'm trying to read. Let me check one thing. Close that. Reload. What's your opinion on screaming at aeroplanes? So what, just screaming at planes? Like seeing a plane and just yelling at it? New PoE League next week. PoE 1 or PoE 2? PoE 1. Are they adding the new merchant tabs in to PoE 1? Soon? Because I do want to play with those. The fuck is this? Some API tokens are screwing up. It's weird. What are these? World context parameter pin already exists on function entry node add mapping context. Okay. What do you want me to do about that? Yeah, why do they have world context pins on these actually? I just noticed that. Why do they have those? I don't think it's confirmed, but heavily speculated to be the case. If they bring the merchant tabs to the new league, I'll probably play the new league. I don't want to tell you how many tabs I have. You don't want to know. Can't you see people's stash tabs on the website? Stash showcase. Oh no, I don't think you can. You want to know how much shit I have. Let's put it this way. I will be buying multiple merchant tabs when they come out. I think I have 3 quad stash tabs. And like 8 regular premium stash tabs. And they're all full. Every single one. PoE 2 will eventually be free to play. I remember something about them saying that. I'm not a big fan of PoE 2. I don't find the game very good, personally. Yeah, it's probably still going to error, but at least I got rid of that output log issue at the start. I don't know why it's saying get player controller is not a U class. Only happening in remove all inputs. It's not that it's empty, right? None. Why would this not be accurate? We're not switching controllers at all on the possession. The possession is just changing pawn. Is there any point that we're nullifying that? No, there shouldn't be. Why is that constantly running? Oh, because of the... I know why that is. You know what might be happening? I think it's happening... because of the debug. Yeah, but the debug is being run on the pawn, and the pawn can't be initialized if the controller isn't initialized. When is that occurring? Now, what is grabbing that? In what way is this being run every tick? Here. I'm kind of wondering if it's due to this. Somewhere else. Remove all actor inputs. Where did I hook this up? It should just be on the unpossession logic. I know why. I don't know why. We don't initially try to possess a gameplay location right now, so that's not running. You know what I bet it is? I think it's not happening during runtime. Well, kind of is. It's happening when we close the game because it's triggering the unpossession logic before it closes the game. So it really is just something that can be solved with a quick player controller validity check. Because notice how that was the only time that we actually saw that getting hit was when we closed. A very weird occurrence due to, yeah. Closing the game triggers the unpossession of the pawn logic, which I guess makes sense. But you would think there would be, I don't know, some catch to say, hey, we're destroying the game here, so just override that error, but I see why it's happening. It's annoying, but it's fixed. A little bit of spaghetti. Let's just ignore that. God, I hate how those don't line up perfectly. Whatever. When Batman catches you gooning? Yeah, that happens pretty frequently to me. I mean, your name's Robin. Wouldn't you goon to Robin instead? Did I throw in some... Didn't I break a for each loop somewhere for testing? I don't see it anywhere. Maybe I didn't. I did break this though. I thought this might be the reason why it was causing issues. That'll switch and then we can hook up 2 and 3 and it should work just fine. Yeah, on possession, get input map, added inputs for actor. That's related to the data table, which we can fill up real quick. And I'm just going to throw in the input mapping context we have here at different priorities. So then when switching to this, we should add in IMC1. Perfect. At... Oh, we didn't print the priority. But I can print the priority if we want. Let me do that. And then I also want to print the currently possessed pawn, which we store in the player controller. And I'm just going to print that as a separate red, maybe just green. Okay, that'll work. So currently possessed pawn is empty right now. That's fine, that won't be the case. One... Still not printing. Why is that not printing? Oh, I know why. I don't know why. Maybe we're not updating the possessed pawn. Probably the case. Possess, yeah, we're not. Set possessed pawn. That's a little bit of spaghetti. Let's fix that. Eco isn't that grandiose. Oh, I'm sorry. I mistook you for a second for Pyro Software. Something about... I don't know. I mean, I can say that something about live streaming, these big streamers have like big egos. But at the same time, it feels like people don't mind watching somebody with a big ego. Maybe it's the confidence or the facade of confidence that attracts people to watching and following individuals like that. Okay, BP, gameplay location-based pawn, that's fine. It should say that each time, or maybe even... I know an issue. I put the debug buttons on the first-person character. I need to move these to somewhere else. Probably to the controller. Alright, beautiful. Although, I see an issue with the gameplay location specific input mapping context. Switching seems to remove the mapping context but not apply the new one until I click it again. It's toggling. That's weird behavior. That should not work that way. There's no errors from it. It's just... being weird. Every streamer and their audience is different. This is true. A big streamer will shit on his own audience and talks about money, and any chance he gets, a bunch of his audience are all for it. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of just prefer being chill and authentic. I don't have time to be somebody that I'm not. And this stream is also kind of an advertisement of myself to like potential, you know, clients or employers even at some point. So I don't want them to get like some false impression of me. Okay, so something weird is going on with the inputs. I don't know if it's the removal or if it is the adding. The lies of PI? What is that for? Some cool dude drinking cola? Yeah, fucking be drunk a cola. Buy 2, get 1 free. 4 zloty each. Actually, if it's 3 zloty if it's buy 1 get 1 free. Buy 2 get 1 free. The game? Oh, the lies of... Oh, yeah, I do know that game. Published by NeoWiz. The Koreans. And they made a fuck ton of money from this game. I know people getting their money. Apparently they're pretty good publishers, though. From what I've heard. Existing input. Let's see what's happening here. That was weird. It's like some error with level streaming. Crash a day keeps the progress away. Attempted to call UWorld update level streaming while already inside UWorld update level streaming. Great, thanks. Also Polish our prices, yeah. Prices in Poland are fucked up. Why do I have a level streaming issue? Adding a breakpoint there crashes the engine? Epic, why? How am I supposed to work when using debug tools crashes your engine? What am I supposed to do there? No stability in your PC, can't decide between 9800 X3D or 9950. The more money you invest into your PC, the better it's going to handle future upgrades. You see all my silent messages? I saw some of them. It was pretty late last night. So I didn't really read a whole lot into them. Oh, you did a mover test. Do we still have the repo for Parking Panic on here? We do not have the repo. I think I have the repo downloaded somewhere though. Yes. I have the old repo. So we could throw it back up on plastic if we want. I don't even know if it'll open in 5.6 though. Guess I can just try it. Very few composers like C418 where you can immediately tell when they made a track. It's true. In case we're not putting breakpoint in one class is making something not load, no problem in production. That's so weird. I don't know why. I guess putting a... Can I put a breakpoint here? No, that crashes the engine too. What the f... Why? Top right corner of my camera having some artifact. Probably just my green screen. It is my green screen. Why is my green screen not... greening? Why is that? You're right. Nobody told me about that. Oop, not that. Wrong button. What the fuck? Maybe I bumped my... That's better. I might have bumped it with my chair. Put it back. Happens sometimes. Yeah. I have like a... I have a piece of cardboard in my window to block the sunlight. But I must have bumped my green screen. My green screen is like really close to the back of my chair. Get a bit away. Sorry about that. Getting pretty warm in here. Dude, look at this. Parking Panic does load. Does it even play? No, there's some errors. Well, either way, I can throw this up on... I can throw the repo up, and we can at least have it. That was cool. Okay. I'll get that adjusted. Why is this crashing? Why do we crash? It crashes only when there's a breakpoint. I don't understand that. So slow. Yeah, I don't get that. It's not like it gets called at any point. It does. Wait. Huh? This kind of looks like it's getting called immediately upon loading the level, even when we're not possessing it. Yeah, look at that. It's getting fired at the start of the game. I mean, I can't see that ever being a valid controller though, right? Possessed. What? There's some weird logic to on possession that I'm not understanding. Let's print the display name of that then. Oh, because it's AI controller. I have to turn that off. Duh. Auto possess AI disabled. Problem solved. I forgot that it does that by default. We're good. I mean, realistically, I could still throw a validity check on here. It's not going to hurt anything, so why not? Alright, that fixes one issue. We still have the issue of, for some reason, the input mapping context toggling and not being added or removed correctly. But we can focus on that now that we have the core issue resolved. Although, is it still going to crash if I put a breakpoint here? No. Okay, so that was related to something else then. Good, we can debug it then. Input map IMC1 for actor base pawn C. I'm wondering if the... Well, let me see the debug messages. They're completely separate actors, so I don't see why that would happen. Like, yes, it will unpossess if I spam 1. it will unpossess but then repossess the pawn, so it should remove the input mapping context but then re-add it. But it just is like acting as a toggle. We don't want that, obviously. But where is it erroring? It's going through, it couldn't find an index. But if it can't find it, it's just going to add it directly. Input map IMC1 at priority of 1. So resuming, we should be able to see it, but we don't see it. Well, it might be adding the context. You know what I'll do? I'll throw in... I'm gonna throw in just some... test input actions. Because maybe it's fucking up here. Maybe it is actually adding the mapping context, but it's not correctly handling it in the input holder. I can debug that. I can't tick in controller, can I? I can. Okay. Get enhanced input world subsys, not that. Enhanced input local player subsystem. Has mapping context, IMC1. Do a print. Yes, it is giving it to us. It's not removing it. Oh, it's really fucky. Okay, there's multiple issues at play here. Remove all actor inputs, actor reference. I don't even know where to start. Adding is really the first thing we should do. Possess gameplay location, on possess, add inputs for actor. We know that it's grabbing and it is adding the correct thing because it can't find it that it exists. It looks through, it adds it directly at the priority. If we break point here, we know that it should be hitting the right thing. Oh, I think I see why. Miss somebody have no raptor screech in channel point redeems? You want a raptor screech? My chat already abuses me with farts and sniffs. You want to give them a raptor screech? You hate me that much?
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Or they abuse me with that? I definitely need that? Okay, well, we'll see if there's something. We'd have to limit it to like 1 an hour or something, or 1 every half hour. I'm looking over here. Add inputs for actor. Why is it set up like that though? Because I feel like that would also be occurring in, would have been occurring in System Break too, but I didn't notice the same behavior. But I guess the behavior was not visible because we couldn't re-trigger possession, which also wouldn't happen in Coin Pusher Realms either. But at the same time, it should be very easy to ensure that we aren't removing inputs on repossession, but rather, because it is a map, we just say, oh, it already exists, then don't do anything. Like the raptor with fire breathing, not the cutesy raptor. Well, we're not going to change our logo because we have it trademarked. So it's not going to change, and I don't want to file another trademark for like some just logo offshoot. I like our logo. Our logo's good. Yeah, but we have add mapping context. Shouldn't we then be in here? We should be adding that info to. I don't understand why we don't do that. Just seems like I fucked up. I'm wondering too if this was messed up. See some D&D. I mean, if we're talking about D&D fun, I guess we should go with their newest image, which was, you guys see it? New D&D art. In this realm, your story is yours to tell. Presented without comment. Compared to which realm looks more interesting to venture into as a fantasy player? Which way, modern man? Some parts from both. I mean, look, at a certain point, like, tabletop is tabletop. A DM can do anything. I don't really give a shit. But I don't find the new D&D art at all appealing. I kind of just want to rewrite this or go point to point, because something is really weird here. Add inputs for actor. Input map not empty. Shouldn't we still register the actor even if it doesn't have the right inputs? I'm gonna skip the is not empty check, because I want to register the actor regardless with the manager. It's unlikely that this would ever be the case, but registering the actor is the smarter thing to do. We then want to determine if the pawn already exists. I'm going to rubber duck this, by the way. Well, we want to know if the pawn already exists in the contextual inputs. We have a default value of -1, so of course, if a pawn is not found, we immediately move to false. If true, we want to go through the input map that we're adding and add them to the existing inputs. And then set by reference the found pawn's inputs to the modified existing inputs. And they have been added here. So that's likely why it's doing the initial registering. We know it's working. We know that it is adding, so this is working too. What isn't working is adding to the... I feel like this was just copied and pasted and it shouldn't have been. Because we don't want existing inputs. We would want the... We would want the input map. Yeah, and then it's not being removed. Again, I don't know why it wasn't like that initially. Literally, that's all it takes to fix it. Wrong in system break too, then. I suppose if I have the project open, I could just fix it there as well. What's weird though is I think I don't remember it not working here. So. Like I could just quickly fix it and push it to main, but I don't recall it being broken here. I will push that. I'm just gonna put that there because it might be the same thing. I don't know. I'd have to delve deeper and check that. Added a comment about potential bug in input manager. I'm on some random branch, but whatever, it's fine. No, I'm not like one of those. I was talking with Kotspur last night. We were talking about Ghost of Yotei, and if anybody's like in the gaming sphere, you know that Ghost of Yotei has this really weird group of people that are calling the game woke. And we played through it entirely. No woke stuff at all. Like zero. Not even the tiniest mention. It was a really good game, a really enjoyable story. Great gameplay and a fantastic looking open world. And I think that sometimes the anti-woke mob has gone too far. Very much so too far. Okay, well if that's working, we have the input mappings changing correctly. And it's not getting removed. Yeah, people are just like, they're just seeing, oh, woman main character, therefore equals woke. Fucking annoying. There used to be some good conversation around it about, you know, the forced inclusion and this kind of like tokenization of certain identity groups. Which doesn't help anybody, and it certainly doesn't help those identity groups. And now it's just gone so far in that direction. Tomb Raider. Pentagraph. Tomb Raider. Well, main character was not pretty enough for the haters. I didn't mind Atsu. Like Atsu, Atsu's design was based on Erika Ishii, right? The American voice actress for the English voiceover for Ghost of Yotei. I don't mind it. I don't think she looks bad. I'm not a big fan of her politics, and that's one of the reasons I didn't play the game in English. I played it in Japanese with English subtitles. It was much better. But it's also like, I can separate the art from the artist. I don't really like her. I didn't want to hear her voice acting. I don't want to hear English voice acting in a feudal Japanese setting anyway. So I just didn't play it in English. As simple as that. And the art was great. The game is really good. Are we correctly tracking the possessed pawn as well? Maybe I'm gonna print that. Should be none. Oh yeah, we are already printing the possessed pawn. Okay, that's perfect then. Good. I like it. When you're English voice acting in any setting, Poland, do you have great voice actors? I will admit, I know my wife is not the greatest fan of me doing this, but I think Witcher 3's English voice acting, for the most part, is quite good. I understand Polish people want to hear Polish voice acting because it uses a very classic, well-known actor for Geralt. And I don't think he sounds bad. I will say I think English Yennefer sounds better than Polish Yennefer in Witcher 3. Might be a bit of a hot take. Or are we printing the... Where the hell was I printing the current shit? Probably in the pawn. Because we weren't destroying the first person pawn, we were just unpossessing it. Yeah, we can delete this. I'm pretty confident it's working now. Games were to the Netflix. We only watched, me and my wife, we only watched the first season of the Netflix show, and it wasn't horrible. It wasn't great. I don't think it was very memorable. Cityscape reminds you of one town in Finland. Like this one, this little cheap blockout. Yeah, it's like it was okay. And then I was like, you know, especially after like Henry Cavill left, I have no interest to watch anything. That poor guy just gets fucked over by everybody who does business with him. He really just needs to, I don't know, start like a... I feel like he could make more money and be happier if Henry Cavill just started a PC building, gaming, and Warhammer YouTube channel. I feel like he would get millions of views, he would make a lot of money, and he could do whatever the hell he wanted. First go driving, then to barn, then to funeral store. Funeral store? Like one funeral, please. Okay. The good thing is we're switching to cameras, which is great. So one of these would be the... One of these gameplay locations would be a coin pusher machine, a cabinet, as we call it in our glossary. And the mini games, because we want to have one mini game and one working cabinet in first playable 1. Obviously, debug keys would not be our triggers for moving between locations, but it is good that we have the locations and we have the input mapping context being switched to. Technically, we have 3 mini games here. The main mini game, which is going to be collecting bullets on the table and then dueling bandits. Pew pew. And then Tumbleweed Toss was the second minigame. I wonder if we could do a... Well, I'm not going to worry about camera transition. That is definitely not needed right now for first playable 1. Waste of time. trying to think of what's better to do next. Probably set up the coin pushing. Input. Cabinets. Hmm. I'm trying to think if we should have different input mapping contexts for individual cabinets. So for instance, we have the Wild West realm, we have the Fantasy realm, and we have the Haunted Hotel realm, right? And these are all completely different cabinets that might have different inputs or controls to them, right? One of them might allow you to aim the coin like from left to right. Also, Kevin's channel for gaming. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. One might move like left to right, and the other might, I don't know, be switching like locations, so we might have different inputs and handling for that. We could do, you know, if we know that spawning a coin is always going to be like spacebar or something, then maybe we want to do for individual cabinets a separate contextual mapping for that cabinet because they might be different. I don't know. I don't need to worry about that now, to be honest. Our system does allow it. You're making your first game in Unreal Engine 5. Great to find a streamer using the same engine. Well, hey, happy to have you around, and if you have any questions or issues, you can always ask me or ask chat. Lots of knowledgeable people from all different types of engines and specialties. You can also fart. How you doing, Jim? Lots of options here on this channel. I think we'll do separate. My only concern is whether or not this will play well with remapping inputs. Then again, if we have a data table, I don't know how input mapping contexts work with remapping. This is a community thing. Remapping. Runtime control remapping. They only mention remap once. Great, that's wonderful. Why does it only mention remapping once? Player mappable input config. What does that look like? I don't see it anymore. I don't know. Player mappable key settings. Player mappable key settings. Hold setting information of an action input or an action key mapping for setting screen and save purposes. I have no clue. We will need to spike that in the future. It's not going to be for first playable, but we would definitely want that at some point when setting up the game settings. So, not enough information right now. Known unknown. Context. Well, I guess we would do like a maybe separate folders for realms. Oh, it's just yelling at me for something. I can ignore that. We'll do context, actions. We should also have a core folder, so this would contain the context and actions of the core, so we could say input IMC cabinet. And then an input action IA drop coin. Make that space for now. And then we want to make a blueprint of gameplay locations. This is the base. We'd probably want to make a child of this. For cabinet and then for minigame. Cabinet is gonna have oh yeah, we tie it to ID. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Just means in the data table, what we'll do is we'll set up a row name like cabinet underscore Wild West. Which would include cabinet and then Wild West as well. Look at this man making more CP. Let's not abbreviate coin pusher to CP. Just, you know, for the sake of me not getting banned on the platform that cares nothing about security. Fucking poor Emiru, if you guys heard that story at TwitchCon. Joke of a company. Minigame Wild West. We'll just call this Bandits. And then we have Tumbleweed Toss. Are you multi-streaming? I am not multi-streaming. I did try multi-streaming on YouTube, and it's a little bit janky. If you are curious, though, we do post all of our videos up on YouTube afterwards. That is my personal YouTube. As you can see, I watch a lot of financial audit. 10 out of 10. Yep, we put all of our gameplay videos and all of our development videos up on YouTube. They are the raw live streams, though. They are not edited. I don't have time to edit. I just don't do it. It's mostly for, like, posterity. We can go back to any day and see, hey, what did we do? How did we fix this problem? I wonder if we should... Maybe input should be split up not into cabinets Wild West, but rather into realms. So we should do a Wild West realm. Cabinet. And we'll do mini games like... do stuff like this. Cabinet, bandits... Tumbleweed toss. And then we'll do core inputs. We'll move those. Considering Kick, I haven't really spent much time on Kick. We do have a Kick account. I just made it so that we could reserve it. I don't really expect to... I'd probably go to YouTube before I went to Kick, personally. The one thing that entices me to Kick is just the fact that it isn't Twitch, and I don't really have to worry about some weird rules that change every 2 seconds and then might get applied to me but don't get applied to big creators. Just very inconsistent. Yeah, we can delete these. Okay. Alright, delete that. We have the cabinet here. I'm going to split this into contexts and actions. Just complains because it's an empty... empty bullshit. Orange and blue? What is orange and blue for streaming? Give me blue sky. I don't think Blue Sky has stream. Give me a second, I gotta pee. I'm multi-streaming the development of Coin Pusher to both blue and orange then. What is blue and orange? What are you talking about? What's blue and what's orange? I don't like that it complains to me that about a input mapping context with no actions in it. Like, it throws an error because of that. Really annoying. Blue OnlyFans, orange. What is PH? Berries and oranges. Oh yeah, those the new streaming platforms. Is this organized correctly, Wild West? Yeah, I'm not gonna make the context just yet for this. Let's make the folders. Rhymes with cub? Oh, you mean Pornhub? You want me to live stream development? It'd be pretty funny if I did. In all fairness, it would be pretty funny if I just streamed to Pornhub and it was just this exactly what you're seeing here. I didn't connect it with orange though. I will only stream my game's development on all of the porn sites. No real site. Uncensored coding. Like Chatterbait too. Like I'll just stream on Chatterbait, but it's literally just gonna be me sitting here doing the exact same thing. Omegle. Free API keys. I'll put a vibrator at my butt when you guys donate, it vibrates. It's a math teacher who streamed on Pornhub. It would be pretty funny if I did. A little tempting. What do we want to name the context for this? IMC. Not too long, is it? I don't really care about the length as long as it's accurate. Wild West minigame tumbleweed toss. It's accurate. Let it be what it is. I went to the other room to adjust it, yeah. Gotta make sure I hit that G spot, right? IMC, Wild West, minigame, bandits. Should be fine. It really doesn't like that that is an empty input mapping context. B spot B for boys. I really want to play Escape from Duckov right now. I'm fighting the urge just to double click on that executable. It's not that I don't want to work on my game, it's just I really want to play Duckov. I'm addicted to it. I think we should name these row names differently. I think it should be... I mean, we named the data table gameplay location possession logic. Let's do GLPL underscore realm underscore and then we'll do minigame bandits. Realistically, we probably should only do lowercase for this. I know better than that. No capitals. Only one way to beat an addiction, keep doing it. It's really fun. A really fun game. It gets pretty tough too. It's not easy. There's a lot of quests in the game too that test your abilities pretty well. Like defeating bosses with like a pistol or something. Headshots only. It's enough to keep you entertained. On top of some really nice progression and locations to explore. Okay, cabinet, Wild West cabinet. Minigame bandits. Tumbleweed toss. And these pawns are going to be the controllers for the minigame. Or for the cabinet, you know, whichever is which. So they're going to contain a lot of the custom code to manage the minigame, you know, when the player is doing it, and also, of course, the inputs and all that. So there's going to be a lot that's put into specifically these, and then, of course, we have the camera angles. Technically, the tumbleweed toss is going to be here in the doctor's office. I'm just going to put that above it. We have that designed roughly, but of course, it's not implemented yet. The cabinet? I think we placed the cabinet in the sheriff in jail. And I mean, we could also place the minigame controller there too. Although technically you'll be dueling the bandits here out in the street, moving up towards the saloon to do the final duel. I'll just put that in the corner. Alright, works for now. So that should be providing us with the correct input mappings as well once we switch to those. And we can just test that out right now by throwing this in the controller. Cabinet. Beautiful. We still want to do coin and table item gain loss. That kind of would mean that we need to migrate some stuff from coin pusher reloaded. Hopefully it still loads. Yes, it does. If I try to migrate the entire cabinet, I'm afraid of how that's gonna work. Like the entire blueprint even. A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. It might be less messy. I mean, it is a prototype, so it doesn't really matter, right? Because we're going to be deleting the entire project anyway. Maybe deleting is the wrong word. We will be making a new project and starting from scratch after the prototype. So prototype should be fast, fast, fast. Determining unknowns and some general structure. Do I want to migrate this? It might be less messy to make it from scratch with primitives. And then design it with Rex and sketch it out on a call before we make the first draft of what the table should look like. Primitives, yeah, this is the best way to do it. Let's just use primitives to block out what this should look like with very basic coin dropping and collection logic. I'm not going to migrate anything over. I mean, I will use maybe some of the scripts. We can always just grab some of those of like timelines. Those aren't bad. Gameplay location cabinet. Let's do this. Let's make a... I'm going to delete the cube. We'll keep the text render, but the text render is going to be hidden in-game. And then we'll take the cabinet pawn and we'll make a child of that for the Wild West. The Cauldron Chronicles main theme. It cost me over $1,000. Worth it. Why is it bitching at me? Oh, because that mapping context. Fuck off. Dumb errors. Alright, let's make this a child of the cabinet. Gameplay location cabinet Wild West. Is that the best way to name that? Yeah. And we'll just primitive it out here. I'm going to pull in a skeletal mesh just so we can see the size compared to the default. Manny. Let's add a scene root. We don't need it to look or feel amazing right now. We just need it to work so that things can actually fall off the table. And you can play very basic coin pusher game. That's it. That's all it should do. That's all we should be allowed to do. That's it. In the cabinet. Would it even work if I added the input action for drop coin in the parent cabinet? don't know. Pretending to do game dev. I'm pretty good at pretending then, because it is successful. Oh, it does work. Okay. That's nice then. We can have a basic HUD for now. I think realistically we would want to use common UI for themes. What are they called? Styles. Not themes, styles. And then just switch out that art or different HUDs. I doubt we would want to go with a dramatically different HUD layout per realm. However, as I say that, no, because we could have a base realm HUD layout and then add in elements as necessary, or maybe even replace them. We're gonna need a document for that. It's all pre-recorded. Yeah, I'm actually just playing Escape from Duckov right now, while the pre-recorded video is playing on OBS. Oh damn! I just collected a crazy gun, you guys. Wow. Oops, I wasn't supposed to say that. We'll just make a testing HUD right now. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. That'll get deleted at some point. I just opened up Fab. Okay. Mistake. Don't do that. Get a canvas panel. Get a text block. For the sake of ease, I'm just going to bind the text to get game instance, not game bundle ID. Player coins. Easier to do that just for the sake of it. Create widget, class, main HUD, add to viewport. What does it say 0? We have 50. You're working. I'm gonna tune in for a while. How's it going and what are you working on now? We are working on the sequel, well, successor to Coin Pusher Reloaded, called Coin Pusher Realms, and we're just doing some prototyping. We're very early pre-production, still in our first milestone. And we have a lot of milestones. We overrode the Wild West with 50. I think I know the issue. No, I don't. Well, that's weird. We're for eaching through the realms, but it's not actually creating the Wild West realm. That's kind of weird. The game picture also kind of open scene, so I'm curious. It is take the premise of not Lies of P, of a coin pusher, right? These are very classic arcade games, but they're all very limited in scope. They're all just a machine like this, like even we have, and there's nothing really more to it. Now, we added a couple of mini games to Coin Pusher Reloaded. We added the ATM hacking and then the shooting gallery little mini game, but this was a game jam game, right, that we made complete and then put up on Steam. I want to go one further. I want to say, let's not just have one coin pushing machine. Let's not just have one generic casino, bright lights kind of theme. Let's go with some time traveling, you know, multi-universe aspect with this, where we can enter entire realms. A fantasy realm, a Wild West realm, the haunted hotel realm, and each of these has a completely unique cabinet with its own completely unique mechanics and completely unique minigames. So it feels more in the realm of like pinball effects, where when you play a new machine, a new table, you're getting a completely fresh and unique experience. This also makes it very modular and easy to build upon with additional content. So every little realm is its own little arcade, let's put it that way. And we want to make it 3D. We want to make the mini games quite interesting. So maybe the haunted Victorian hotel has a mini game where you walk around and you Slenderman style find pages in order to obtain rewards that are then part of the progression of the main realm. So, you know, we want to go crazy with this. We want to do whatever the fuck we want. No holds barred, no limits. We will be having a mini game where you duel bandits in the streets of the town. We're going to be having a mini game with a minecart, a runaway minecart, and you have to steer it and try to avoid obstacles and collect things. There's a tumbleweed toss, which is like the old carnival game of throwing the ping pong balls into the cups, but instead it's going to be throwing little mini tumbleweeds into whiskey glasses with obstacles and power-ups and things like that. There's a shooting gallery from the train that goes around the track and to shoot things around the town. Safe cracking minigame. Looks like a penis. Little water tower gotcha game. Easy to do. Then there's a separate minigame that's part of the main cabinet itself, which is collecting playable cards, like playing cards, and building poker hands to obtain rewards depending on the poker hand that you can build. So there's even some strategy of where you want to push things into certain regions of the bucket area, the reward bucket area. There's a backboard minigame as well. If things fall off the side, they might fall into little train wagons, and then when the train wagon gets full, you can fuel it with coal nuggets that you can obtain, and it will dump all of its contents back onto the table. And then these are the table items we have. So every single thing here is unique to the Wild West theme. For the other themes, like the haunted Victorian hotel and the stylized fantasy world, everything different. No two mini games or cabinets will be the same. I was even thinking with the stylized fantasy, we might go with the Cauldron Chronicles route, and we will say, okay, Now instead of, you know, collecting bullets to fill your gun in Dual Bandits, you are collecting ingredients to create potions for clients that visit you. And then there's a whole bunch of different mini games like that, maybe like a fishing mini game, or you know, some little hack and slash dungeon crawler mini game that's part of that. Completely different. Everything should feel unique and interesting and different. If that makes sense. I played 5D chess with multiverse time travel. Oh yeah, I play that. I'm playing that right now in my head, actually. It's 6D chess, really. Hack and slash fishing mini game. Your goal is to catch the fish. Or kill the fish, not catch the fish. Why is that being weird with the realms? It's probably because it already exists in... Yeah, but it shouldn't matter. It's like we're doing a for each through this enum, but it's not actually grabbing the right enums. What am I supposed to do with that then? It's printing Wild West. I don't understand why that's... Okay, I'm gonna try something. Realm, Wild West. Add unique. Wild West, 50 coins. But it doesn't add it to the structure. When in doubt, restart the engine. I see no invalid structure issues. So that's not the problem. Is it just broken? Should I? I'm just gonna make a for loop. Let's just see if this works. What am I doing? I'm trying to debug why a for loop through an enum doesn't return. It doesn't. I don't even know how to explain it. Dude, there's 3 entries in this enumeration list, and it doesn't. It finds the first one, but it doesn't put it into the structure. It's the weirdest damn thing in the world. Again, it refuses to find the first enum. Enum integer. That's it. I don't get it. For each through rows. Like, where is it? Just it doesn't add the first one. I don't understand this. It'll print it just fine, but it won't add it to the structure. I don't know I don't know if I'm going crazy, or if Unreal is having a fucking conniption. Maybe the enum is corrupted or something? I don't know. We know it runs at 3 times, so it finds it. We know it even prints the right enum, but somehow it won't shove it into this structure. Look at that. How is it empty? Well, it's not empty. It added index 0. It didn't fill it with anything. It didn't even fill it with the 0. It's not even adding the 0 now. Well, maybe that's because it's 0. But it should add it. It should be visible there. Is it maybe like somehow not adding it because it's a default value? That would make no sense. But it's easy to prove if that's true or not. What the fuck? It doesn't add the value if it's default? No. That's gotta be a bug, right? There's no way that's default behavior. I've never seen that before. I mean, that would mean that you can't even initialize a structure with default values because it won't have them be default. And jeez. Have any of you guys who work in Unreal, have you seen this behavior before? There's no way that's default. I don't even know what to search for. UE5 default structure value not adding. I don't even know what to look. Oh my god, do not ever set up your nodes. I don't know who the fuck idiot is teaching people to organize their nodes like this. It's a cancer that is spreading through the development community. This is like putting all of your code into one line because you then are writing fewer lines of code. The same energy. Okay, this is not my problem though. Do I have any project in Unreal in a previous version? Because I could swear this was not happening in earlier versions. I mean, we've made so many data-driven games. Fuck, just launched 5.5. I want to test it there. Structure not initializing properly with default values being set. There's no reason for this. It's gonna drive me crazy. Yeah. And let it compile shaders. I don't even have a workaround if that's actually what's happening. Because it would mean at no time can I ever set an entry to that array as Wild West 0. Let me test if that's not just a visual thing. It is initializing. Is it really just visual? Oh, thank God, I think it's just visual. Oh my God, dude, I thought I was losing my mind. I think it's a bug with 5.6 and some change they did to the visualization of the debugging. Oh, thank God. I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew I wasn't crazy. Unreal, gonna give me a heart attack, man. God damn, Tim Sweeney. All right, we're fine. We're not going crazy today. I'll close this and delete it whenever it launches. Your birthday? You're 19 now. Well, time for you to grow up, Kenjis. No more spurging around. You're the big old 1-9. Time for you to plant your seed in some lady's garden. Or man's. Whatever you prefer. Alright, before I was fucking around with that, I wanted to actually build out the very basic coin pushing. Does not need to look good, it just needs to work. Oh, we do have some prototyping materials. That's nice. Very good. Proto. Doesn't really matter how this is situated. Good enough. Yeah, we'll need the pusher here. And that's just going to be a geometric, or not geometric, it's just going to be primitive movement, so we're not going to like give it physics or anything. I don't think we label, they're called table items now, not collectibles. Well, technically table items are non-coin collectible items. Probably should have a separate, yeah, we'll make a separate one. We'll just do coins. I do not remember how large our little testing coins should be. I could just grab the mesh from Coin Pusher Reloaded if we really want. For sure, way too big. I still have the assets from Coin Pusher Reloaded, right? I don't know where I put them. I have no clue. I have no clue what I did with them. I'll scale it down some more. They really don't need to look good, they just need to work. Ish. Yeah, it'll probably be fun. I'm not too chuffed. Backboard is the pusher. Take this. I don't know if 30 degrees is good. Alright, let's duplicate that. We'll go. Technically, these are backwards. Move the left one over. Rotate back. Good enough. Why's the angle so off on that? That should line up perfectly. Oh no, it doesn't. Well, yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Is that weird? Right. Close. A little bit of an overhang. Yeah, that's good. Good enough. All right. Okay. Let's get the pusher moved. We're gonna want to adjust that relatively, and I can probably just copy the timeline from Point Pusher Reloaded. It's about 2 coins. Thick, that's fine. Let's get a spawning arrow on here too. I don't know if that's visible in the camera. Enough. A little off center, isn't it? Okay, let's grab this. Edit blueprint. Start stop pusher. Didn't copy the track. Wonderful. Well, it's an easy one to make. Don't have to worry too much. Just a float track. 0.5110. Pusher update. There we go. Is that setting relative or world? Relative. I know the issue. I'm gonna move it to world anyway. Make a vector. I have no clue if that's the right axis to use here. It's not the right app. Oh. I probably do want it to be relative, to be honest. I don't know what I'm thinking. Let's not be dumb about this. Oops, I pressed standalone. That was the wrong button. Thank you for that. One of the songs just hits different. I'm a big fan of the Minecraft Alpha soundtrack. Modern Minecraft music just doesn't have the same feel to it. For me. The x-axis. That's what we want. Wrong way. I know it's too fast. Just... too much. Let's slow it down first. We'll get the play rate slowed. $25's too much, 20 is too little. Remember, we just need it to work right now, not to be perfect. That, good enough. I might even go back to 25 just so it actually does pull inwards a bit so we don't get any weirdness happening. Okay, I can work with that. Scary music also hits different, but in a different way. This is true too, yeah. I think both the Minecraft Alpha and Skyrim soundtracks are timeless. Absolutely timeless. I think the new composer they have at Bethesda is not bad, but it does not... It's not Jeremy Soule. No, we don't need the bucket. We are gonna need the dropper. Doesn't copy over properly, right? God, it's annoying. Actually, realistically, it's the same thing as the pusher. With the 0 to 1. We'll want to cache that location as well. Mainly, we want to have the fastest way to test out the mechanics of this table as possible. I think maybe I'll talk to Rex about making like a generic table that we can quickly test stuff with, even if it just means pulling in coin pusher reloadeds table, because it is really simple. That might be smart. Quick test table for Oblivion. Yeah, I think Oblivion's is good too. It's hard to say whether or not I prefer Oblivion or Skyrim more. They both have really good tracks. Hey Lee, good morning. Is the refrigerator working? No. Nope, all my food is spoiled. Actually, I shouldn't joke about that. I hope my turkey isn't spoiled. Buy some more today to be safe. The game refuses. Which game refuses to die? Skyrim? I see what you mean. Yeah, but God forbid they actually do a, well, they might do a Morrowind. I'd really like to see a Fallout 3 remaster. Although I don't think Fallout 3 has aged very well. Mechanics-wise. Still a fun game. Thanks for auto-saving while I'm renaming. Okay, I assume that if the values of the other one were too I think as we scaled up the table in Coin Pusher Reloaded, yeah, and we want to move this to only the furthest extent that it should be. Might be a little bit too close to the edge though. Let's do minus 22. Play it safe. Is that zeroed properly? Guess so. A little bit off. It looks like it goes further right than left. I can't just tell if I'm imagining things though. It doesn't matter, actually. It doesn't fucking matter. We just want to test mechanics. I think I might... Let's make these thinner. The throne, yes. Exactly what it is. Good guess. And let's copy the scale. Bonk. Should be good. I want to pull this out just a bit more. That way we can get the glass in here. Let's just get coins spawning. Yeah, I'm gonna add a custom event for... Not a function, not a function. Event. There's a reason for that, because I need to put in a custom delay. Just to avoid issues with physics. Looks a bit jank, but it works. Alright, spawn actor from class. Give me a coin. Transform. Split this, please. Grab the dropper. World location. Multiply scale, so keep scale normal. Location, rotation, we want, I think, 90 on the Y. Okay. Tis a start. So it was one of those games that never got your interest? Why is that? Bank travels. Well, I don't know how they would have fixed the creation engine to not work with cells in the way that it does. And to be fair, working with cells in the way that the creation engine does also does make... It does improve things quite significantly, both for modding and for development and performance. So, I don't think Starfield was... I don't think the creation engine is bad. I think that Starfield is a game that pushed the handling of cells to its absolute limit in a way that a lot of players weren't big fans of. I don't need every single location that I enter in a city to be seamless and, you know, like a complete open city design. I don't mind opening up a door and loading into a different level. Starfield was just a game that had a lot of sub-levels. Yeah, Duck Off selling 500k is wild. Good game. Let's make some quick physical materials for the coin and table. I'm curious why Skyrim never got your interest out. Are you just not into open world RPGs? Coin is a friction of 0.1. No restitution. This is what we used. I'm just going to start with the physics that we had in Coin Pusher Reloaded. And I think for the coins we had custom mass on those. Yeah, 0.25. That's pretty similar to what they have right now. We did no damping. So that should be okay. I mean, you would say that AAA should learn from the fact that gameplay is better than graphics, but I'll tell you what, it's never gonna happen because graphics do sell. They just do. Sorry, but if people see a indie studio making shitty looking, like graphically looking game with good gameplay, nobody cares. When people see AAA studio making a game with those types of graphics, instantly PS1 graphics, looks horrible. Way of the world, unfortunately. Sorry. Well, Pokemon is different. Pokemon is built off of Nintendo adults, which are not real adults. And that operates very differently. With beta decay? I think I've heard of that before. One is built off merch sales. I think you're right. Yeah, I think Pokemon actually barely makes any money from the games. Like, in the entirety of everything that they sell with the name Pokemon, the games are barely anywhere to be seen compared to how much they make off of merchandise. Not a throne. Yeah, I mean, lighting plays a big part. That's why Lumen it really is a game changer. It's just one of those things that it's very subtle when Lumen is working well. But I mean, I think even like the Mega Lights demo from Epic shows it off pretty well. There's just it's so nearly impossible to get a game and a scene looking this good without ray tracing. The only problem is that it's just not very optimized at the moment. But it'll get there. It'll get there. Scientifically, Nintendo adults are real adults. How do I know this? Because if you see a Nintendo adult leading a child somewhere, you instinctively want to call the cops. But if you see a child leading a child somewhere, you think that's fine. Therefore, Nintendo adults are adults and not children. Pretty good. What exactly are these megalites? So megalites is okay. There's a lot of magic behind the scenes that I cannot explain, and I'm not going to try to. But generally speaking, the way that Lumen works is it forces every single light in the scene to be dynamic, not static. Meaning you cannot bake any lighting with Lumen by default. It's all dynamic, rendered in real time, both for global illumination, for reflections, and for general lighting. Megalights is some crazy fucking wizardry that Epic created that allows for nearly infinitely overlapping light sources in a very performant way. That's the most that I can explain about it. Anything beyond that, I can't really say. And that's why you're able to get just this like crazy dynamically lit scene where actually all of these are emitting light. And it's not just faked, which is what you would have done back in the day, which is have like a couple of like maybe blue point lights and a couple of spotlights to fake the lighting looking that good. So everything you see here is a dynamically lit light source, which is just unheard of from a computational standpoint. Really impressive. Optimized system for stream of Lumen. It kind of goes even beyond that. I don't have it enabled on this project. I think we have megalights enabled on this. Yes. Which kind of just allows us to place tons of light sources around that overlap with each other. Like Unreal games are a bit too well lit these days. So here's the thing, darker scenes with lumen and emissive materials can look a little bit bad, so you tend to get more well lit scenes regardless. But you can still have some darkness. Just depends what you're doing with it. I'll kind of look samey. You just change the shaders. If you want it to look different, just change the post-processing, change the shaders. You know what the throne is. Took you long enough. Let's get it consuming coins just for the sake of it. Am I able to look? What is this? What did you send? This is one fast way to get pulled over by the police. Is there anything in the game that forces you to drive? No, prototype's looking good though. I've been to a casino in my life, give me a break. I wouldn't call our game a casino game. Slot machines are more casinos. No, it's looking nice. You're doing a good job, dude. More than many other I see. With holographic technology. This player of coins. I guess we would want a realm input, wouldn't we? Probably. And then we'll do a Boolean and integer output. Get game instance. If realm equals realm, this does not need to be a break then, to be honest, because we can just return that directly. A little bit of spaghetti, but I don't give a fuck. Else just return null. Alright, does player of coins. We can do a quick update coins too for realm. That's fine. Let's set that up. Points the minigame roots are also dictated by JSON. That's good. Whatever's comfortable, there's no right or wrong way. People always look at your code and give a shit for one reason or another, but if it works well for you, then it's fine. I think anybody who judges code too harshly might never have worked on a game before. One of the few things I'll defend about like pirate software is people were doing like code reviews. Nobody has time for that. Code sucks. Makes games, doesn't it? Unreal Allow? Yes, it does. There's also... Fuck that, there's so many plugins for Unreal for different languages. But there is JSON. There's a lot of other custom data stuff. Mostly using blueprints. This is code. Blueprinting is code. 100%. Probably set by ref. What do I do for coin pusher? That's widget stuff. Widget stuff. Oh, I just clamped it. Yeah, it'd be, you know, to be honest, I guess that works. Why not? Yeah, we can do index then. We need to know where to shove it into. I mean, if you're not working with very much data, I don't think you need to worry too much about optimizing how the engine is reading the data. Don't underestimate the power of a modern PC and CPU. At a certain point, you're just gonna be wasting time for optimizing something that wouldn't even affect your frame times at all. Really want the laundromat game. Mine is optimization oriented. Well, and that's why some people never release games. Perfect is the enemy of released. Curious why you don't think that blueprinting is coding, though. Clamp it. Clamp it for now. Oop, that's not lines. Well, coding also has its pros and cons. Not like every coder writes good code either. They're just two different styles of coding. I mean, if they weren't good, Epic wouldn't use them themselves. But even they recommend using them in tandem. Yeah, you would. I mean, sure, ideally you want to master both, but also you want a team that uses both. Otherwise, you're just going to be putting too much overhead on your coding team, or you're going to be using blueprints for everything, which... No, you can't... I don't think you can blueprint well if you don't understand coding basics and, like, logic. But it is still coding. It is still programming. Okay. That's good. Have that updating basically. I'll just use up all the coins. Well, even even Epic recommends you should use both blueprints and code in making your games. It's a waste of time for your coders to be coding everything about it when you have technical artists and technical designers that can do basic stuff very well. And obviously, okay, perfect. You don't want your designers and artists making everything because blueprints are very hard to organize. This aspirin pusher? Yes. Those are actually roofies. Just for chat. I mean, for some people, I mean, I'll tell you what, I know plenty of programmers, like coders. FBI, open up! Thank you. Text coders who will prototype games in Unreal or in other engines with visual scripting because it's just faster than writing core code. Whatever. I disagree that blueprinting is unintuitive or that it's very restrictive. It is more restrictive, but it is not super restrictive. I've heard Unity has shit visual. Yeah, I've heard that too. Like I said, most programmers I know would gladly pick up a visual scripter just because it's much faster to prototype. But it just depends on the person. And let's put some coins on the table to be ready. We'll run to collection volumes. Let's do that. I want to have very, very basic functioning game today that we can then just jump into and start putting in all the real shit. Oh, I don't think there's any way I can get another one to fit in there. Or to make new stuff that doesn't exist with BP. Well, nothing exists in the engine until you actually code it, right? Ooh, I can squeak one in there. Oh, you're vibe coding? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think those are overlapping. Damn it. Hey, you can create your own nodes. Like, I mean, that's exactly what your programming team should do. If they're not doing that, then they are not being efficient because they're not giving the technical team members the tools they need to prototype and script simple things. I do think a lot of people who bash blueprints just don't understand them at all, and probably don't realize how much, blueprints are in the games that they play in Unreal. Alright, let's do some collection volumes. I'm just teasing you, Kenchis. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, right there should work. It'll work fine. I mean, there aren't a whole lot of things either that run worse in blueprints nowadays compared to code. The main thing you want to optimize is like tick. Which you probably shouldn't have too much on tick anyway. Most games don't. Most you might have is like some traces, right? For interaction or whatnot. Box collision. On begin overlap. Other actor. Right now, we're just gonna check if it's equal to coin. That will need to be refactored later. No, just let it fall through for a minute. Balls have colliders. Balls are nice. I like balls. As coin is kill volume, destroy. Otherwise, update player coins, and then destroy. Yeah, that'll work. Hey, centers. Cube sphere colliders. That's one way to do it. If right now we're just going to delete the coins. Gambling? It's not gambling. I don't know what people associate this game with gambling and casinos. Do you consider arcades to be gambling? Familiar with Kaiji? No. But I know of. Yes, okay. Well, then maybe you might consider this gambling. Good work. Camera angle's kind of shit. I can fix that, though. I don't really have any like animations or cool things happening for player feedback on the coin collection right now, but that's fine. I think that worked. Yeah, it's working. Okay. Is there a solution to link these coins to the real payment method? No. No, our game is you buy it, you get it. No microtransactions. The positive progress game. It's not roguelike. It's not a even your thrones. Selling out his yeah, I'm totally sold out, man. Sorry. All those ethics we supposed to have, gone. We don't have mega transactions. Like, if you want to, I mean, we plan to have DLCs with new realms. That's the only thing this game will have beyond the initial purchase. If we make enough money, though, I don't see why we can't just do some free realms too. I don't need infinite amounts of money. Yeah, that'll work. Keep it simple. That way, as long as we can collect items, we're good. And we can block out what the general idea of the Wild West cabinet is supposed to look like from this, and then test out some of the mechanics for that. That I will need to do with Rex. We just want to hard code the shit out of this. Yeah, it should be fine. The sooner we have first playable one done, the better. What happened in between your release of Coin Pusher Reloaded on Steam and this? What do you mean? Tuberculosis mid-game. God damn it. Shut up, chat. Oh, damn. I wonder if we could pull the, you know, for like, because we want to have the complete functional cabinet, right? For end of first playable. It's not going to be visually complete, but it will be functionally complete. I wonder if for the, how do I word this? Gutter trains that collect items that fall over sometimes. I wonder if I could pull my system from into the chasm for the train to move up and then dump its load onto the table. How does this progress off the previous one? Oh, that's what you mean. It is bigger and better. The reason this isn't called Coin Pusher 2 is because I don't want you to see this as a sequel, but more as of a successor. Let's take the same genre of gameplay and let's do something completely crazy with it. I can be aiming too far down. Oh, that's better actually. Vending machine. We can have, if you want a vending machine minigame, we can design one right now in our heads, and if it's good, I'll write it down. I don't know what realm we would put it in, but if you want, we can do it. Maybe it can be like those arcade machines where you have to, hold on. What are the ones that I'm thinking of? You know the machines where you have like the horizontal claw? It would be even easier to show this in the coin game, to be honest, because they have that. like these, where you have to get the key perfectly in. What if it's a vending machine where you have to carefully line up the little claw to then get the item to drop into it? Maybe with a timer for putting some pressure on the player. Laundry mats of detergent. Yeah, laundry with just mini games. And it moves really slow. Or you have to catch the drink when it falls and try not to get it stuck like it's physics based, so you have to like try to angle it just right to fall into the thing, otherwise it gets stuck. Imagine if actual vending machines were like that. They are like that. They do fuck you over. Vending machines are some of the least capable machines in the world. Unless you're that isekai anime stuck in another world as a vending machine or something. Reborn as a vending machine. I now wander the dungeon. Does this tickle your fancy, chat? It's a pretty good anime. Shut up. Shut up. It's a thing. Yes, it's a thing. It's reborn as a vending machine. It's fucking real. I'm sorry to say, I'm sorry to announce that it's actually fucking real.
Who is next?
Who is next?
次はこいつだ。自動販売機に生まれ変わった俺は迷宮をさまよう。アニメ化企画進行中。
Fucking
この異世
absurd,
界
man.
の
It's not even a trailer. It didn't even show shit. Get out of here. Oh. Now we've made some good progress today. I think tomorrow, I think it'll be nice if we can just start to work on some of the mechanics for this. Ideally, it would be great if we could get the prototype made for all of the table features in maybe like 2 weeks maximum. I don't know what's going to be the more difficult things to prototype as part of it though. Poker hand minigame should be... Poker hand minigame might be tough because I would need to create a custom algorithm for reading poker hands. And I would need to do some research into how poker games handle that. Backboard holes is primarily just physics, which could go well, it could go horrible. Gutter train I think is probably the easiest aspect to that. And we really just need the tumbleweed toss minigame working. We don't need the tumbleweeds actually landing on the table, because that'll be for first playable too. So functional cabinet is number 1. And then at some point we'll need to block out and start working on the tumbleweed toss minigame. A lot to do. Oh. Oh. That's how I feel about it. By the way, if you're wondering why we have like the first person character in here, it's just for minigame purposes. So that way I don't have to migrate over a first or third person character setup. For when we do have a like controllable character minigame or something like that. We will be using fixed cameras for the cabinets, of course, and for some of the minigames. It's just going to be minigame dependent. Well, the level looks like shit, but that's a good thing. We don't want to waste time pulling in our 4K PBR materials and everything yet. But eventually this should look as good as any other 3D game, right? I don't know if we're gonna go stylized yet. That'll be up to Rex, but I think we're gonna go with realistic looking assets for this. What a bit brighter and I don't know. Honestly, this is a good reference for how it's gonna I kind of want it to look. But that'll be in production. That'll be working on the vertical slice. Yes, I think, yeah, semi-realistic is a good way to put it. And we might have realms that are more realistic and less realistic than others, so the stylized fantasy realm is going to look like Colden Chronicles, which, if people aren't aware, that was the RPG game we worked on. That'll look like this. Got the Hollywood red haze. We might do some haze over it. I don't know. I don't know if we want to do some atmospheric fog like you see here or not. It just depends. Between a more highly stylized and not too cartoonish. Yeah, it's a good way to put it, Tremlix. That's a good description. Don't make it red. You want the Mexico filter on it? I mean, honestly, I think that this, from a lighting perspective, looks pretty good. A little bit of atmospheric haze. It will not be dynamic day-night cycle though, but we probably will use lumen and just set a time of day because there's no need to make this dynamic day-night. And then we can what we can do with it is we can reduce the number of updates that are happening with it. This guy needs to be pissed too. We'll see. Well, I'll let you know. I'm gonna let Rex make a mood board. That's gonna be up to him, and he's gonna do modeling for things and all the textures as well. I do own Mesh Blend. We're gonna use Mesh Blend and UDS And I would really like to also play around with, what am I thinking? Easy Mapper. I got a lot of goodies that we can throw in. An important part of the Mexico filter. Unfortunately, I don't think I have any like Wild West stuff. I have a lot of fantasy stuff, an awful lot of fantasy, and I do have a lot of like realistic medieval. We'll see. We don't need to worry about it yet, though. Like I said, that's gonna be for Vertical Slices doing all the visual stuff. Actually, I do have some stuff. To be honest, I actually have more than I thought. I have 4 things. Maybe we can pull some props from this. I definitely don't think this has interiors. The mineshaft stuff looks nice. We'll see. The props are always annoying to make, and if we have some quicker way to pull in some props, especially like landscape materials too. If I can just grab a landscape material from one of these packs. Rocks are another one. Yeah, some good stuff here. A lot of good props. Ooh, landscape material looks nice on this. Oh yeah. More fantastical for sure. Worry about it later. I kind of did everything I wanted to do today. I don't really want to start on anything big. We've technically not started on the cabinet blackout yet. Or blockout, not blackout. I'd like to start taking some of these mini games and like cabinet features tomorrow. I think we can for sure tomorrow work on like the gutter train. Anticipation for amount of work that's gonna be is I can probably do it tomorrow. That's just a little collection on the side of the gutters where you would usually lose coins, and it will collect coins instead of losing them, and other collectibles. And then as you lose coal chunks, it will fuel that train, and then when fully fueled, the train will ride up to the top and dump its goodies onto the table. And I think we can pull some of the spline logic from Into the Chasm to make that a little bit easier on ourselves so we don't have to rewrite it again from scratch. The train wagon right now is literally just going to be a just like a rectangular bucket that moves up, and then we can just rotate it with shit falling out. I don't think that will take more than a day. We just feel like becoming an 18th century pirate. Yeah. I have a lot of like traditional male fantasies in my head that most guys I think have, but they don't ever talk about, and they certainly don't tell their like their girlfriends or wives about. Like, I don't know how many guys in chat have weird dreams of like, you know, you're walking down the street and then you see a burning building and you think, I'm gonna go rescue somebody in there. Like, everybody else is gonna be standing outside filming it with their phones. I'm running in there. I'm helping someone. I think there's weird things about being a dude that just we don't talk about. Another good one would be... Okay, I tried explaining this to my wife. She doesn't understand. When I walk down the street with her, I am always sizing up, especially the other guys that we walk next to. And it's mainly just because I don't know who could pop off and do something weird. And it's just like, you're always kind of on edge a little bit. Just making sure nothing's gonna happen. Or like if you're walking on the sidewalk next to the street, you know, you take the man, you take the outer, you take the part of the sidewalk that's closest to the street. Just like one of those things, I don't know. You're burning building, get the temptation to throw a Molotov at it. Okay, maybe it's just me then. Yeah, you walk on the dangerous side, exactly. Be polite, be efficient, have a plan to kill everyone you meet. I love the duality of man here in chat right now. Let's protect people. No, let's burn them. Automatic triggered. The good thing is we made inputs. We made input switching. So when we do have tumbleweed toss and all the functionality with it, switching, you know, all we have to do is trigger this at any point, whether it be with the debug key or whatever. And we should be able to have the right inputs. Like right now, I can press space, I'm not dropping coins. I switch to the table, I can drop coins. Switch somewhere else, no coins dropping. So we've done a lot of good backbone work today, especially with like being able to add and remove coins, being able to collect them. Obviously the table is nothing special, it's very basic, doesn't even have any pegs or whatever. But I do think this is more than enough to get started with. I'm not too sure how we want to spawn in coal nuggets. I don't remember what the spawning method for coal nuggets was. If it's too difficult to do or it would require too many systems, we can just skip it. Coal nuggets spawned from losing any non-coin item off the side of the table. Percentage chance. I'm just gonna make it a percentage chance from any coin item that, or any item honestly that falls off the side for right now, because we don't have any of the other minigame items spawning down there. So we'll just do regular coin items, percentage chance, and we'll use the collectible spawner volume from coin pusher reloaded. Because I think that logic worked pretty well. You can start the fire, but you're sure as heck gonna finish it. I don't know. It's kind of weird to talk about those weird male fantasies. Like, saving the day and doing heroic things, but... I don't know. Maybe it's just one of those, like, it's just genetic. It's just built into our parental instincts. I don't know what it is. I'll take it over weird, like, fucked up dreams of murdering people. I would much rather have weird, cringy dreams of doing really cringy male things. Like saving somebody from a burning building or providing first aid to somebody who's been in a car crash. Any day, I will take that over. I have weird fantasies when I close my eyes of people dying from Zyklon B or stabbing somebody in the throat and licking the blood that comes out of the wound. Okay, so, like, if I have to choose, you know, I'm gonna take what I already have. Much nicer. In high school, you thought you were a badass until Billy Badass came and whipped your ass, and then suddenly you realized you're good at programming. Well, no, because for me, I wasn't physically bullied in high school. And I dropped out of high school. So... Join the military, so yeah, I listen to the dreams and voices, I guess. Hey, nothing wrong with the military. Alright, dissenting opinions. Let's hear them. That's alright. Depends on the military. Fair. I mean, fair. Soldiers are soldiers, though. I guess that's one of those philosophical, moral things, right? Where... how much blame do you lay on a soldier for the actions that they're being told to take by their commanding officer, right? Voices are telling you you're not crazy. Sounds like you are crazy. It sounds like what crazy people say. I'm literally just gonna make coal spawner at the moment. I mean, because first playable one we shouldn't have... well, I should maybe make it a little bit scalable because we know we're gonna need other collectibles. So I could make it like a collectible spawner blueprint. Everyone want to die for this country? I think it depends. I mean, I can understand why some people would feel like they're dying or could die for their country, but at the same time, are you dying for the country's politicians, or are you dying to protect the people of the country? I don't know if there's a correct answer. I think maybe it's a bit of both. About making others die for theirs. Can't disagree with some of that logic. I think it's for the politicians. You might be right. I mean, if no politician wanted war, then would there really be major wars? Probably not. Certainly not as many as there are. Deeper than that? Probably is. I don't know if there's anything black and white in the world. Dude, that too high? Might be a little bit too high. Realistically, that should be part of the table, though, and not separate. I really don't want to fuck around with the child actor on there, though. Maybe it shouldn't be a separate actor. No, I don't like it being a separate actor, actually. I take that back. Are others controlling politicians who send people to war? The one crazy thing that I believe in I don't think there's like some shadow government or deep state in the sense that there's like people who we don't know doing these things. But I do think that there are people with very low profiles and a lot of power, money, and influence that absolutely negotiate and set up deals behind the scenes, while others are made as scapegoats or distractions from that real power and control. What if this should just be a base aspect of the cabinet, though? Oh, look at that, it is slightly off center. Kinda weird. Constal. No, I don't like any politicians. I don't know. When I was like a kid, you know, you try to understand politics, and then you pick a side because, of course, you know, you're being encouraged. Shit, in the U.S., when you register to vote, they kind of just tell, like, it doesn't matter, by the way, if you register as a Democrat, vote Republican, or vice versa. But, you know, they kind of, like, you're kind of, like, forced almost to pick a side to register as, and I don't know, it's kind of scummy. It's horrible. Yeah, it's horrible tribalism. It's always who you support and not what do you support. Which side do you support, not which policies do you support. And of course, God forbid you should ever change your mind on something, you are now a flip-flopper. And if you do have a bad take or a bad opinion, you can never be any person bigger or better than that unless you rigorously apologize 24/7 for having that opinion at some point in your life. Rigidity, you're gonna make a part of your personality, yeah. And people do make politics to the part of their personality, don't they? Most politicians studied law and then became professional yapper. If I ever had Trump on this stream, not that I would, but if I ever did, I don't know who would be able to yap better, me or him. He is so good at it. I mean, he'll go to an event where there'll be like, okay, Mr. President, you have 20 minutes to talk. And he's like, 200? No, 20, sir. Oh, you mean 200? Okay. You're back. And then he spends 400 minutes talking. Only that for a living? Well, he's good at it. He's good at it, I'll tell you that. I've never seen anybody yap as good as Trump. He just keeps going and going and going and going. And you can play a drinking game, you can play bingo. Absolutely wild. It just makes some stuff up. You know, hey, Trump, have you mentioned Joe Biden yet? Oh, no, you have to, okay, sleepy Joe Biden, worst president in the history of ever. Did this thing. If I were president, that thing wouldn't have happened. But of course, it was a rigged election, right? So, you know. Yeah, we're not going to spawn anything yet, but we'll have that set up for tomorrow. We'll get the coal nuggets spawning and the gutter collections. Probably have to move these down from that. Voted Trump? I did not vote in 2024. I did vote in 2016 and 2020. I'm glad to hear people do, you know, have voted though. That's the important thing, is voting. I don't care who anybody voted for though. Slain is the Great Fire of 2015 to be talked about more. Fire, shut up. I did Evan McMullen, an independent Republican in 2016, and then I voted for, I think I had to write him in Wisconsin, because he wasn't on the ballot, and then I had to do a write-in for 2020 for Tulsi Gabbard. I don't like who she's become recently, though. I think she's kind of fallen into the pit a bit. But I thought she was a good candidate in 2020. No idea who any of those people are. Sadly, because the U.S. system of politics it's like hearing about independent candidates is nearly impossible. They get no recognition. All mainstream media, whether it be left-leaning or right-leaning, won't ever show them or talk about them, really. The only person who would really be willing to have nearly any candidate on his podcast is Joe Rogan, and I can appreciate that about Joe Rogan. It's all about money. Money and power. I'm just kind of clicking things at this point. Oi, building? I am getting just the very basics of a working table in place so that tomorrow I can test out some of the mechanics, and then you and I, Rex, we need to do quite a bit. I think. Yeah, we need to... What would be the priority here? What's the priority for art? Let me see. What's the priority for... Mood board would be one. I think we need to do... You and I, Rex, we need to get on like a drawing application. And... just draw and sketch out what the table should look like. I cannot do that today. Well, let's talk after stream. I don't want to plan things on stream with you about calls and stuff. No, well, I'll contact you after the stream today, and we can set up some time for a call this week, so that we can do some sketching out. I don't know how much of the mood board you have done for the Wild West. I think I need to get you added to our Google Drive so that you can paste stuff in there. I hope we have enough space on our Google Drive. I don't want to log in. Fuck that. Either way, we should have enough. Wild West is finished. Do you have any good... No, we'll talk about that later. I think the cabinet is pretty necessary for now. Physics a bit too. Although this is something that I think we all three of us need to talk about together. We just need to catch up. We need to catch up, and then we can figure out what we want to do next. America spends twice as much per capita on healthcare. Yeah, because the pharmaceutical companies are pieces of shit and don't get regulated enough and get told to be as transparent as they should be. And it's bullshit. Good care if you can afford it. There are some tricks though. Like the hospitals charge the insurance companies because they know that they can. But if you ever get like a big bill in the US, just tell them that you can't pay it. And they will remove like 90% of the cost from it. It's really, really dumb. Really dumb. I don't think that's right, but... yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah, we'll talk, because I want to get the... I want to get the cabinet working first so that we can test out the mechanics of the table. And then after we have that working and seeing if it's actually fun, we can jump into the minigame for Tumbleweed Toss. Obviously for first playable... I'm gonna want to double check the mood board. However, I would say that if you and I are not working on something, I think in the meantime, you could start working on the beautiful corner, Rex, and figure out what you want to showcase there in terms of all the different materials we would have, landscape materials, any fab assets we need. Like if it's easier just to pull a landscape material from an asset pack that we have, of which there are some really, really good landscape materials that we might be able to use. I was taking a look at these. Wild West. Like this one is pretty good. I like this landscape material quite a bit. And some of the foliage assets are nice too. So that's an option. Try that map, it's really demanding. Probably 8K textures. We can lower the texture, so if they are 8K, we can force them to be, you know, 2K or 4K max. I do appreciate you mentioning that, Well, either way, this is exactly what
Mr.
we need
President.
a
Wake up.
thanks, Joe. This is exactly what we need a beautiful corner for. Is to determine, do we want to make our own landscape material, or do we want to find one, which one, and then can you match the stylizations between things that we pull from asset packs with your own things? There's also some of this other stuff that we have too. You might even have them for free as well. And maybe some of the props from here are going to save you time, whereas you would rather spend your time, you know, making, like, do you want to spend your time making rocks, or do you want to spend your time making something else? And so that's what you'll need to determine with the beautiful corner. It doesn't matter, you know, we're only like 2 or 3 people, so it doesn't matter if we need to use asset packs for things. Got a good landscape material? Okay. Well, did I make a beautiful corner map for you in the project? I think I did. Something in my brain is telling me that I did make that. Yes, there is a beautiful corner map, which I put some day-night changers in. So that should help get different lightings. Look on the first, and then decide after. It'd be easier for me to make quick changes. They know how the one I got works. Okay. There's a few technologies that I'm gonna put into this, maybe even right now, to be fair. Primarily, I do have Mesh Blend, which I think we're all going to appreciate. So this is without Mesh Blend, with Mesh Blend. And that is a really nice little post-processing material. We can get some benefit from that. We can probably get some benefit from Easy Mapper as well. And this guy makes some really nice pieces of content, so this could be a good way to paint materials on, rather than just sticking with texturing. We can then just make, you know, have really good materials and paint them onto surfaces of the meshes to give them better variety. I doubt that we would use that spline system I have in the Wild West map, this one. I don't know if there would be any, I mean, I guess maybe for like fences and stuff, it could be nice. We could add that too. What's my opinion on the map of Bangladesh? It's pretty banging. Okay, okay, so here's what I'll do right now. Here's what I'll do. Not that. Let's push all of this as... Oh god, we did a lot of little things today. Added input management system, coin collection / inventory, basic cabinet layout. I will merge this to main. Oops, wrong thing. We'll get some plugins added. 500 service error. Okay. Thank you. I don't know how heavy these things are. I guess we'll see. It's an install to engine. Does one of you know a way that instead of installing to engine, you can install it specifically to that project? Or would we need to do what we did with Cauldron Chronicles and have a separate plugins repo? I thought you could move it, couldn't you? Oh, you can move it? Okay, thank you, Boom Raccoon. Thank you for answering that for me. How big is it going to be? Oh, 150 megabytes, that's not bad. Okay, where is that located? Engine. Plugins. Marketplace. Mesh. Like, I can't just copy this folder, right? Don't I have to, like, rename it properly? I can. Should I Control X? Like, cut it and paste it, or should I copy and paste it? Both cut? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for helping me with that. What is an Unreal Projects? Okay, I didn't see it there. That was weird. Okay, plugins, paste, and then you can install it from the engine anyways. I think it'll probably, will it error out if I try to uninstall it? No, okay. And then that would allow me to... Okay, it sees it. Can I then enable it? I wish you had two options then, like install to project or install to engine. Oh yeah, new plugins are available. Oh, perfect. It says it's enabled. I assume it's there. I will figure out how to get that working at a later point. Or work actually working, that's right. That's right, I don't grind myself into the dirt. Life would be too easy though. Okay, we'll add that. I don't think we need the spline system for the beautiful corner. So I'm not going to add that yet, but the beautiful corner is going to want the blend, so because that will, you know, actually enhance the visuals. And what was the other thing that I wanted to add? Oh, Easy Mapper. I want to have you check out. Laundry Simulator. Create project. Can I just make the... Fuck, I'd have to get that migrated over. Okay, I'm not gonna mess with that right now then. I am not gonna mess with that right now. Why I didn't upload the first time. There's probably some documentation to get Mesh Blend working, to be fair. I don't know what it is. Enable plugin, update the default engine ini, patch engine shaders. Oh, it's got a little enable thing up here. Oh, okay. That's pretty nice. Easy to use. And then just plug in the activator into the AO or to combine it with material attributes. Well, that'll be easy. That'll be easy to use then. And then you can run a scripted asset action on the individual static meshes. Okay, it's pretty good documentation. Looks pretty easy to use. Performance looks pretty good though. 0.2 to 0.4 milliseconds. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think that'll be easy to use. Can I look at that on that? I'm not sure I want to do a 3D game ever. Why is that? Can you give me your opinion on U-Track, thinking about using it? It is very good. It is the free, you get every single thing for free, whereas with Jira you would have to pay for it, Trello you have to pay for it. Every single feature with U-Track is free up to 10 people. And it's got built-in knowledge base, so, you know, like Confluence, and you can customize entirely new fields for creating issues on your boards. So you might make a new card, you can customize and add new values for all these types, and priorities, customize what shows here. I mean, even customize what is shown when certain things are selected. Jira's free. I think Jira has maybe a free thing, but it locks all of its features. Looks complicated, but I'm new to game dev. It is. Like, if you're new to game dev and you're working solo, you probably don't need anything more than like Trello or something. Or like a hack and plan thing, or whatever. It's something simple. But if you are working in more professional side, you're probably going to end up using Jira. Yeah, and once you get used to it, it's good. U-Track, though, is just, it's a little bit harder to set up. But once you do set it up, it's incredible. Like, say you want a custom field for, I don't know, you want to link specific mesh or something, or I don't know, just add in the reason why, add in the name, add in the type that it is, and then you can just add it to any of your existing projects and it'll just show up on those fields. It's so fucking... Because one of the things with like Jira has like these advanced roadmap features, or even the customizable, where is it? I know they used to lock, so you could only used to have in Jira like epics, features and tasks, I think, or epics, tasks, and like bugs or something, and you had to pay for other things. And that was one of the biggest complaints we had when we were using Jira back in one of my old companies. Or yeah, advanced plannings. To plan and track work across multiple teams and projects. You have to pay money for this bullshit. And it was really expensive because we were, you know, you have to pay per user per month. And I mean, we had like, it was double the price of what we were paying just for like some features that are really simple. So the nice aspect of U-Track wherever the pricing is, every single feature is free. Every single thing. There's a lot of shit that would classify as useless, but stakeholders have no idea. Like, yeah. Jira does have a lot of that useless stuff. Yeah, and you can self-host as well. That advanced planning feature in U-Track? I'm not sure. I know for sure the custom fields feature that had to be paid for on the $14 a month track is available for free. I mean, you have reports. I guess you can customize those as much as you want. You got your Gantt charts for your bean counters, for your Jira jockeys. And your essentially Confluence. It's nice being able that you can see all your projects at once, though, and link between them. And then you can also link tasks directly in your articles, or you can link your articles directly in your tasks, which we've done before too. I don't know. I really like U-Track. It just was a bit more work to set up than setting up Jira, but it was because I wanted to have custom fields for everything. Like, I wanted a custom agile, Kanban board where my swim lanes were based on the epics, right? So you can customize exactly what your columns and swim lanes are based off of, including custom fields. And then how your cards should be set up. All that good stuff. And then I have a custom Discord script too that I've hooked in so that whenever any of this stuff changes, it gets sent to Discord through a webhook. which is really nice. And change fields by project and so on. Yes. Yep, you can have custom field setup per project. You can even duplicate field setup for new projects. Looked at we can? No, I've never heard of that. Open source Kanban. Oh, you know what? I think I have seen this. I think I have seen this, and I'm sure this is very nice. Create something like a public bug tracker? Yes. Who has done that in... Number one, by the way, if you type in the link to this, you should be able to see it because I've made it available to public viewers. So you guys can see this. I need to get this, hooked up to a link, and it has anonymized everybody's names and emails so that, you guys can watch this without... I have specifically set this up so that people can view it. However, somebody in our chat, and I forget who, made custom software for, I think it was Kent. Wait, no, it wasn't Kent. Who did it? Was that you, Dramox? Sorry, I forget everybody. Yeah, so Dramox has specifically made custom software for bug tracking that links to Utrack and to Discord. And I'm pretty excited to use it. You can chill yourself, Dramox, if you want. Can we get in and change your plans, like remove any days? No, you can't remove days. But you can see our knowledge base too. Like everything is public. I show it on stream, so why not let you guys see it too, right? And this is all in an incognito tab. Use the cloud free version, or do you host Utrack on I use the cloud free version. I don't know how much space we have or how much we're using. Workflows is what they call the custom scripts, and they show all of the built-in workflows that they have. I then have like the Discord webhook that I made. Well, I copied and edited. Let me be very, very clear about that. And that sends to that sends to Discord. Probably shouldn't be showing that, should I? Whatever. I'll just change the URL if somebody starts doing something weird with it. I will add more gaming days, Shrill Duck, just for you. That's what I'll do. I'm gonna merge that to main. We'll have to get that enabled. But yes, I do recommend Utrack, especially if you're familiar with Jira or want to learn something that is on the same level of complexity as Jira, but do not have any money to pay. Every single feature you get on the free version. There's nothing that they lock behind paywalls. It's just if you have a certain number of people, then they have you pay. Play games at home, I can play games at work too. I can do both. We will continue to play games on stream when I feel like there's a game that I want to play on stream. And that's how it's going to remain always. No, it belongs to? No. Well, I mean, maybe I'll try it at home, but... I don't know. Right now I'm playing a lot of Duckov. I'm going big dick on Duckov right now. I'm going to play more of it tonight. Oh... Alright, guys, here's what's gonna happen. I'm done for today, but tomorrow we're gonna be back on with more Coin Pusher Realms. We're gonna continue working on the cabinet and some of the features for it. We're gonna be doing that for the whole week, and the week after that, and the next 4 to 6 weeks after that too. So, thank you so much for showing up today. The VOD for today will be up a little bit later because I messed up my recording, and it's only recording at 5,000 kilobit bitrate. Oops. So I'm gonna download the recording off of Twitch and just upload that directly when I get home. I will fix that for tomorrow. Either way, peace, much love. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for talking. I will see you tomorrow. Check out Dramox's custom feedback and report system for U-Track. Highly recommend it, and we will be testing that out too at some point in the future if his offer is still open for it. Either way, peace, much love. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.